Hey gamers, happy Friday everyone. Hope you're having a wonderful morning, evening, afternoon, whatever time it is in your time zone. And yeah, happy Friday. Happy Friday everyone. Happy Friday everyone. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a wonderful day. So, yeah, there is a thing I wanted to do, and I'm gonna do it. And yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm going to draw a few Blue Archive characters from memory. Now, there is a bit of a challenge here as well. I should put on some music. There's going to be a bit of a challenge because as you know, Blue Archive girls have these things called hold on. Let me just put on some appropriate music. Yes, hello everyone. I got a thingy to do. I got a thing that I'm gonna do. Wait for the drop, and yeah, I'm gonna be drawing Blue Archive girls from memory. This is gonna be an exceptionally tough challenge because not only will I only give myself about 10 minutes to do so, but I also have to do my best to draw the halo, because that is the one thing artists tend to forget, is to draw the halo. That is important. That's their life force. It's like forgetting to draw the hat in Toho. So yeah, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be pretty tough. I have Krita. That's another thing. I'm also learning Krita, so that's gonna be real fun. That's gonna be a real challenge. So where's the? I don't think I have Krita up. I need to load. I need to get Krita. Here we go. Oh wait. But yeah, this is going to be very different to what I'm used to, which is paint.net. Paint.net. This is not paint.net, so it's going to be a little challenging, at least for me. Yeah, I'm gonna, of course, play Blue Archive music in the background. Alright, I also have a wheel. I have a wheel and a timer. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit of setup. I'm still setting up. So why am I doing this? I thought it was a funny idea. I just thought it was a really funny idea. I just thought it would be a really funny idea. That's it. This is gonna be my timer. Yeah, I'm gonna give myself about 9 minutes and then compare afterwards. And if I match the color, I think I'm pretty well learned about Blue Archive, so I'm confident. You gotta remind yourself, overconfident, such and such. Remind yourself overconfidence is a slow, insidious killer, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, and yeah, I'm gonna do this for about a couple hours, and then... Yeah, also, did I mention there's like 253 students on this wheel? This wheel? Yeah, that's gonna be real fun. Alright, so without further ado, roll. Who did I get? Oh wait. No, I need to do over. Because I need to shuffle 6 times and spin. All right. Who did I get? I got... Okay, swimsuit Kikyo. Okay, so that's who I gotta do. That's who I'd like to do. Giggity giggity. Do. So. So this is swimsuit Kikyo. It's sort of unfair that I'm doing Blue Archive because I know Blue Archive like the back of my hand. So, all right, I gotta be real careful with this. All right, so just gonna shrink the timer a little bit. And go. Oh, sorry. Oh, shoot. No, my timer. I'm already at a big deficit. Oh, dang it. Hold on. I'm already doing bad. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'm already doing poorly. This is already going so well. It's already going so well. He lied. Jeez. Sorry. I need a better timer. Let me check this one. Wait, does this make any sound? Okay, it does. Okay. All right, so you can't see it, but I can. Go. All right. All right, so Kikyo is the cat girl. Well, one of many cat girls, so I'm just gonna do this. Something like this. Oh yeah, I need to get the colors right. And I already wasted a good chunk of my canvas. Good. A nice... Maybe I should change the pen style. I should probably change the pen style. Because, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Again, I don't really know how to use Krita. This is my first time using Krita, actually. This is my first time using Krita in a pretty extensive sense. So I don't really I want to know how to decrease the brush size. It's really thick. Oh, there it is. At least I think. What the fuck? Okay, that's much better. Get rid of some. I know she has a sort of like a Hime cut type, but short, like and yeah, I'm gonna do like a kind of a. Something like this. Give her a little thumbs up. And I know I'll just sweat the details a little later. I'll sweat the details a bit later. I'll probably do a different canvas. I know she wears a bikini. It's like this. Am I using mouse? Nope, I'm using a Wacom bamboo. Wacom bamboo. I bought this for like 60 bucks. Like I bought this with 50 bucks like several years ago. Gonna give her my trademark schmorky. I'm gonna give her the schmorky legs because I can't draw legs for shit. I mean, I just draw like weird manimal paws. I just draw weird manimal paws and hope for the best. I know she has two tails because she's a Nekomata. And since it's a swimsuit, I think. Yeah, one leg's a little worse than the other. Where's the... Yeah, I'm not really that much of an artist. I mean, I have dabbled in some art, and it does not look very great. Yeah, for reference, I'm more of a gamer than an actual artist. I'm more of a gamer than an actual artist, so... I actually did want to try my hand at 3D modeling, which I think could be better, but also in some ways it could be worse. That's way too high. Yeah, I'm just fine-tuning this. Something like that. Now for the halo, oh, I really don't know what her halo is like. Oh yeah, color. I need to color it in. I know it's mostly black, but yay, the best song in the game. Best song in the game. The PS68 theme, basically. Basically the PS68 theme. Unwelcome School. If you don't know Blue Archive, you definitely know Unwelcome School. You definitely know Unwelcome School. Alright, looks like blue-ish. Her bikini's gray. She looks like sort of a weird test tube baby without a belly button. Here, I mean, I could. Yeah, I gotta give her some vagina bones. Such a funny meme that also has really significant historical context and subtext even. Some really important historical subtext. Because nowadays people just scoff at the idea of about or sandals are backwards. People scoff at the fact of vagina bones, but all right, now it's time for the hardest part, the halo. What does it look like? What does the halo look like? I mean, I could cheat and just do a generic halo and then try to guess the color. Oh, dang it. Bro, you have layers. Oh, I do have layers. Oh, yeah, I have layers. I'm gonna assume it's, like, blue. I'm just gonna assume it's blue and hope for the best. Oh, wait, I can't. I can't. Bonata's not letting me paint. Oh, it's probably because it's locked. I'm going to assume it's blue and hope for the best. Alright. I'm gonna assume her halo is blue. Or maybe it's blue like her hair, but yeah, this is my attempt at a summer Kikyo. I mean, I could make some adjustments. Now, I could just make some adjustments. Nah, it's over. All right. So this is my summer Kikyo. Let's see how well it stacks up against the real one. I'm gonna pull up the Blue Archive wiki. Swimsuit Kikyo, and oh my god, I was not even. I missed a few details. I missed quite a few details. I mean, yeah, I got the bikini bottom correct, but the top has a lot more string. Then again, I could cope. Oh yeah, also I forgot she's missing an arm. Oh god, I forgot her arm. Oh no. The halo, I mean, I kind of got it right, but it is a cat eye. It's a cat eye. Her tail has fade out. Her sandals are completely wrong. She's not wearing her robe thingy, and she does not have blue head. She does not have blue behind her. She has gray. Also she has a choker, and I did not put that in. So so I'm just gonna just do this real quick. Just gonna do this real quick. Oh God, I wasn't even close. That's like a 60% accuracy. Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm gonna do a new thing. I'm gonna make it taller. I'm gonna make it taller than it is shorter. Hopefully this will be good. Get out of my sight. And now it's time I roll the dice once again. Oh God. I'm way over my head. Okay, rolling. I'm in way over my head. Okay, who did I get? Wait, no, I forgot to shuffle. Forgot to shuffle again. Shuffle well, Pharaoh. Why does he sound like that? Christmas Hanai! Okay, I know Hanai. She's got... Okay, so Xmas Hanai. Christmas Hanai. Oh, Chopstick, welcome. Okay, so she's got some... Okay, so she's got a hood. Yeah, I can't really draw hair very well. Shit, I forgot to do the timer. All right, I'm gonna give myself a 10-second penalty before I keep drawing. Maybe 20-second. I forgot to start the timer. Frick. Okay, I'm gonna start it again. So she's got antlers on her hoodie. Oops. I do not know how to draw antlers. It's gotcha time! Hell yeah, time to lose all my money. Time to freaking pity. Time to hit pity again, as always. Yeah, this is the gotcha theme in the game, if you don't know. Something like that. I think her halo is like a pill? It's something like a pill. It's really hard to... And I think it's also pink, like Serena. Even the Even the background sound just goes. All right, just give her some real big badonkers. I'm talking some hubba bubba honka donka hubba baloos. I'm talking some honka donka hubbaloos. I'm talking some real honka donka hullabaloos. I'm talking some real honka donka hubbabaloos. I'm gonna try to maybe make her chest a little rounder. Only slightly exaggerating. She has a little of this. She does have a bit of a Santa. Does she have a Santa belt? I don't know. Only one way to find out. It's the drawing layer. Gotta get some red in there. It's Santa. It's her Christmas outfit. It's her Christmas outfit. What? Why? Why did? Oh. I guess I could use. Excuse me. Oh, that's much. Yeah, it needs to be a little more red won't kill anyone. I'm not even gonna try to go for hair color. Eye color. I'm not even gonna try to go for eye color. Eye color is for people that can actually draw. And besides, I only have like 10 minutes to draw. So that's gonna prove a challenge. Gave myself a little bit too much time. Nah, I think I gave myself enough time. All right. Oh, right. I forgot. All right. What's the eyedropper tool? I don't know what that is. I do not know what the eyedropper tool is. That's for people that actually want to be precise. I actually do envy really good artists. I actually envy super good artists. especially those that can pump it out super quick. Oh, hey, it's my old Zatsudon screen. You're not drawing her atom by atom, molecule by molecule, atom by atom. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's what happens when you split an atom. All right, I forgot I drew in the... Yeah, fun fact, this used to be my BRB, I mean my, This used to be my, This used to be my... What you call it, my... This used to be my... Zatsudon music before I actually got real Zatsudon music. And by got, I mean I learned music, and I self-taught myself how to make music, and yeah, now I have actual song that you barely hear because I can't do Zatsu because Zatsudons are for people that have way too much time, and I barely have time because reasons. Oh shit, I probably should do the hair color. I should probably do the hair color. I think it's something like this. Purple. Something purplish. And now for the halo, I forgot if the halo was also purple, but I'm gonna play it. You know what? No, I'm gonna play it safe. Oh, it's probably a pink. I'm gonna play it safe and give it like a kind of more pinkish tone. Oh shoot, I gotta hurry. Her hood's also red. Everything is red. Red, red, red. Lauren is I forgot to color the other pigtail, and all right, pencils down. Okay, let's see how well this fared against the real hot Christmas Hanae. I got her capelet completely wrong. I got her capelet wrong. Her skirt is not just red, it's plaid. It's plaid. She has much longer twin tails. I do recognize the hoodie. Her hair is more lilac, and her halo is more white, and it was not a pill, it was a heart. But now that is big oops. But hey, it was more accurate than Kikyo, which is more than I could say. Which is more than I can say about that. And if you're wondering how many I'm gonna try to do, I'm probably gonna keep doing these until I don't know. I started super late though. I'm probably gonna do this for like about 2 hours. My old BRB song. Yeah, I add a lot of Blue Archive. I used a lot of Blue Archive music back then. I just really like Blue Archive, and I still do. And I still do. I still believe it is.
Counting on you. Don't let us down.
Mona22322, welcome to the Summit Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. Man, in my heart of hearts, I still believe that Blue Archive is one of, if not the greatest gacha games of all time. Just because of the story. Of all time. Now, if you wonder why, well, great story, great characters, and yeah, that's about it, really. Great story and characters. All right, next. All right, next one. I am doing fine. That's a funny emote. Anyways, roll. Oh shoot! I forgot to spin. You know what? No shuffle this time. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll do that. I'll pre-shuffle this time. So, Alright, track Mari. I should know Mari. Everyone knows Mari. Not Mari underscore English. I mean Mari the... You'll see. You'll see. Alright, just gotta find my timer, and... Adjust my pen. And I'm gonna do a 20 point, and go! Shoot, shoot, shoot! Okay, so... Hello, Flash, welcome. Caps lock. Caps lock is cruise control for cool, but just like cruise control, you still gotta steer. Okay, so here's a challenge. Here's a challenge for a lot of artists. Braids. I completely forgot how to draw braids. And I know her halo is like ornate. A little bit. I know she has these little ribbons. Now, track designs, as in... like, track and field? maybe a little, Go away, freak! Go away, freak! Oh, shoot, that's right. Oh, shoot, that's right. Oh, shoot, that's right. Oh, that's gonna suck. Oh, that's right. Since Stream Elements is dying... Since Stream Elements is dying... Since Stream Elements is dying... Oh no, the bots are gonna get so much worse. Oh, the bots are gonna get so much worse. Well, not worse, but they're gonna be pretty unmanageable because I need the ban list. I need the full ban list. Alright. Yeah, Track Mari is pretty easy because she's so recognizable. She's so recognizable. Everyone knows, oh, she's the sad orange cat nun that, and yes, she is a cat. The designer said she's a cat. The designer says she's a cat. The designer said she's a cat. Shush. Shush. And okay, so her tracksuit, her accents in the tracksuit even are a bit blue. At least I think they're blue. She has blue uniform. Here's are the simple ones that I like. And I know she has a gold halo, so... You know what? Just as a funny... Yeah. Yeah. The holy water. Poor Mari's so stressed that... Poor Mari's so stressed that she can't even get a chance to hydrate herself. Shit, I still have 3 minutes. I still have 3 minutes. And yeah, she's a tailless freak, like, she's a tailless freak just like Miyabi. In fact, that's another idea. Oh, that's another idea. I gotta do Zenless characters. From memory. Zenless characters from memory. Aw, yeah. Yeah, I'm just killing time at this point because I just look at her and like, wow. How will I fuck this up? How will I fuck this up? I feel like I did a fairly good job. But yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta do this. I mean, I might as well just import a lot of my settings. I know a lot of you that are more into Blue Archive than me are like, Captain, you missed a very crucial part of her design. You want to address it? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. There, another hand. All right. All right, let's see what the damage is. What is the damage? What is the damage, and why is it in the brain? So what was it? Track Mari. I was close. I was close. I forgot her bag, but I forgot her bag, and I got the color of her jacket backwards. But overall, I think I did. Okay, her hair's not braids. Well, okay, aside from her hair not being braids, instead of missing her ponytail and her hairband and her bag, and I didn't color in her shoes. I mean, yeah, that's what I feel. That's how I feel. Victory! Big victory. It's close. It was close. Now, yeah, of course I had the pee bottles, but I had to do it. You didn't no, I did. Actually, no, I didn't have to do it, but I wanted to. I didn't have to do it, but I wanted to. Okay, maybe you shouldn't pick up a pencil. Thank you, Mietz, for the hat pets. Yeah, if you give me at least a couple days, I could do a better job than this. Alright, who's the next victim of my... And my artistic rage? Binna. Oh no, you get to see my shit. Okay. Next. Thank you. Next. Who's it gonna be? I pre-shuffled, by the way. Dressokle! Bitch wife. Fucking bitch wife. I fucking hate her. I hate her so much. I hate her so much that I'm gonna have animalistic sex with her like a beast. Like a beast. Raw, primal, bestial sex. Segs. she has more like poofy hair. Big. Okay, maybe. Yeah. She definitely has a choker. She doesn't have a choker. How sharks breed? Ask your mom. Ask your mom. That's what I did to her. Ask your mom, because that's what I did to her. And I'm just kidding. If you want to learn how to talk to a lady, ask your mum. Lucas is like, fuck you, lady, I don't have a mom anymore. This is very important. Okay, yeah, I forgot a crucial thing, but I'll fix it. Don't worry. Oh, frick, I forgot her halo. I use her so many times. I also use her in the game. Haha. I can't recall for the life of me what her halo looks like. Some detailing. All right, blue dress. Blue dress. All right. Akko would 100% call Sensei a pig. Before she, you know, as I said, sloppy, primal, animalistic. Not so much as romantic copulation, but just primal fuck. Primal fucking. Primal fucking fuck. It's a little bigger. I think I completely botched her hairstyle. Like, why does she have a hair bun and why does she have a hair bun and a ponytail? Yeah, good question. Oh, this is gonna be that's gonna be later. It's gonna be end up in as a failure. And also, the reason why I'm doing this is because I'm not an artist, but hey, most great VTubers are, and you gotta start from somewhere. You gotta start from somewhere, right? I hope that she has a hair bun like this. And I think her halo is also a more deeper blue, like her dress. And yeah, I gotta settle the things. Wait, did I? You've gotta be shitting me. I forgot to turn on the time. Alright, I'll give it until 6:40. 6:40 is gonna be the cutoff. Oh, hey, it's the Mesugaki theme. It's which is to say Mutsuki. This is her memorial lobby. When the Baka Gaijin call it a recollection lobby and not the more kawaii more correct memorial lobby. This is her memo lobby. This is Mutsuki's memorial lobby. Just gotta give her the slits. Gotta give her the slits. I keep forgetting to turn on the timer. All right, pencils down. And I have to do, I don't know how long I did it, but I had to end it prematurely because I jumped the gun. And by jump the gun, I mean I didn't even turn on the timer. So how did I do? How well did I do? I did bad. Bad. How well did I do? Bad. I did bad. Dress is a lot longer. It is a crest. Her halo is a lot lighter. She's not wearing her iconic cowbell. She should have a much more revealing side. It looks like she's wearing a sweater. But I did get the pose right. And of course the dialogue, the very important dialogue. I'm not gonna make any adjustments. I gotta remember, this is out of memory. And yeah, of course she didn't have the hair bun. This is also an example of how fallible one's memory can be. All right, I'm gonna do one more before I take a break. I gotta do one more before I take a break because I have to go to the bathroom. But I think I can hold it for another 10 minutes. All right. I can hold it for another 10 minutes. I'm gonna shuffle and roll. Shuffle well, Pharaoh. And it is a character I actually know. Fuck yes. A character I actually know. A character I actually know. Okay. So all right, I will make sure to actually start the timer this time. So I will start the timer this time. Maybe I should even it a little bit. Maybe I should even it a bit. Even the canvas a bit. So it's not just this. Go. All right. So this one's really easy because Gamer Cat, the Gamer Cats, the Gamer Cat twins are probably the most iconic Blue Archive characters. Like, you do not need to know what Blue Archive is to know, oh yeah, it's them. It's Midori and Momoi. For starters, Midori does not have Midori has short hair. She has short hair. Midori has shorter hair. I'm gonna try to draw a gun. And she has shorts. Unlike Momoi, she wears shorts. So... yeah, this almost seems unfair. Because I actually recognize the Gamer Cat twins. Game dev. Everyone knows game dev, though. That's the thing. Everyone knows what game dev. Who the game dev. Everyone knows who Game Dev Club is. God, I actually can't wait for Blue Archive Season 2. Like, the first season wasn't too great, but I have hope for the second season. The first one wasn't so great. Really wish it was just Blue Archive. I really wish it was just... I'm sure her shorts are darker. Actually, they're much darker. They're like navy. They're like navy. Yeah, I have hope that the next Blue Archive season 2 of Blue Archive, I really hope that it's much better. Because Flower Clock Pavilion is so much better than it is so much better. Flower Clock Pavilion is so much better, which is the name of the game dev chapter, the Millennium chapter. All right. Speaking of game dev, you could... This is their semi-theme, I'd say. Kind of. Now you're probably wondering what the heck does that say on her shirt? It's the gamer shirt. It's the Sonic Forces gamer shirt. It's the Sonic Forces gamer shirt. It's the Sonic Forces gamer shirt. You know, the one that says gamer. The one that says gamer. But yeah, there she is. Green Momoi. I guess I could also add some accents. I'm not going for 100% accuracy, just accurate enough. Just accurate enough. Also, very ancient ending theme from ancient ending theme. Oh fuck, I saw. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. All right, give me a sec. Give me a sec. Sorry about that. I was interrupted. I was not muted. I was deliberately... I was muted, but that was deliberate. All right, moving on. So, yeah, I'm pretty much done. I think I could... Oh, right. Yeah, what else can I do with this? Anyway, oh wait. I saw a bit of paint. I guess I could just cut it off early and see how I did. I feel like I did a good job. I feel like I did a good job. A bit. I think something like that. Yeah, I'm getting used to Krita. I'm sorry, I saw something really cool, but you're gonna have to wait. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty much just running out the timer. Pretty much just running out the timer. All right. Let's see how well I did. Not quite. I missed the... Oh, I forgot the halo. That's a -1. That's a -1. That's a -1. I forgot the halo. Just add it back. No, it's already... Oh, I knew I was forgetting something. I knew I was See what I mean when I said overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer? Yeah, you forget shit like, oh, the halo. Also, the only thing green in her uniform is the jacket. The jacket. I forgot her little thingies. Headphones were supposed to be over the ear because she's human. She's just LARPing as a cat. The gun was completely unnecessary. The shirt was blank. I don't know why. I just winged it. I completely biffed. But this is a complete abject failure. I forgot the halo. Because I forgot the halo. That's a -1. That is a -1 right there. That's actually a -2. That's a minus infinity. You know what? Yeah. Yeah, I have to fix it in post. I have to fix it in post. I have to fix it in post. Unfortunate. This is what you get when you get cocky. But yeah, I'll just give her a slapdash halo. But this is a -2 because I had to do this in post. So that's what happens. That's what happens if you forget your halo. I have to remember to write that down. There we go. Halo added in post. Say goodbye to Midori, green Momoi. Alright, I'm gonna take a bit of a break, enjoy the Blue Archive music as I go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. I'm back, homies. All right, I'm gonna roll again. Hopefully this time I won't forget to draw the halo. Hopefully I won't have to forget to draw the halo. Hopefully I don't forget to draw the halo this time. Like a complete imbecile. Swimsuit meme. Oh, fuck. Okay, this is gonna be an actual. This is actually gonna suck. This is gonna suck. I don't okay. Ah, fuck. I'm gonna do a square canvas this time. All right. All right. Ready? Go. Ah, shoot. All right, swimsuit Mimori. She's she's in the interdiscipline club, which is the translator way of saying the interdiscipline club. Because for some reason they don't want to say it's the wives. It's the Yamato Nadesh. It's the traditional Japanese housewife. The traditional Japanese housewife Yamato Nadeshiko. It's the Yamato Nadeshiko. She's got to have a braid. She's got to have a braid. She's got to have the dead anime mom braid. She has to. Now, why did I make her a little chubby? I don't know. Now, why did I mean, this could just be anyone. This could be any Blue Archive character, really. This could be anyone. I think she has... Does she have a floral? I don't think she has a floral pattern. And I know she's a pink woman, which, yes. Yes, pink women. Pink women. I think she's pink. Maybe she's a little bit more reddish. Maybe she's a little bit more reddish. I'm pretty sure she's more red than she is pink. She could be more red than pink. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, even the most modest, Now, where's her other arm? You're probably wondering. I don't know. Don't ask me. Her halo is definitely has to be pink. Or maybe it is also reddish. Like, I vaguely know Mimori. Yeah, a lot of people will say, oh yeah, you're definitely a fucking Kuso sensei for not appreciating the literal made to be a wife. The made to be a wife student. The bra has red accents. Or is like vaguely like a Miko. Or something to that effect. God, I feel like a Roblox artist. You know those blobby, vaguely Roblox artists? What if you got hit by 5 sets of cousin crushers? Okay, I have 2 minutes to completely redo this entire thing, or at least makes a lot of adjustments, because I am 100% sure I fucked this one up badly. I'm pretty sure I fucked this one up badly. Like, real badly. Okay. Drop your phone. Oh shit, did it break? I hope it didn't break. Because how will you watch VTubers if you do? How will you watch VTubers draw badly? Yeah, I'm not gonna be a little rotten cheater and look up what Mimori looks like. Nah, that's not sporting at all. Oh, good night, Mietz. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. And I hope you have a wonderful weekend. This idiot wasted their coins. Nerd. Okay. What's the damage this time? What's the damage this time? You're not gonna believe this? You're not gonna believe this. You're not going to believe this? But you're gonna go, this is insane. I got it completely wrong. Unbelievable, I know. Okay, so what's the damage? What did I do wrong? Well, first off, I thought the cherry blossoms were inside, they were outside, but I guess they were close enough. She doesn't have the dead anime mom thing. She had the hair bun. She had a pyro, which is a little side thing. She didn't have any accents, and aside from the only thing I got right are the hair and eye colors, and I guess the bikini top. But no, even then I got it completely wrong. Fuck. I got it completely wrong. I got it completely wrong. Nice. Nice one. Hold on, sorry, I'm gonna mute this. Cousin Crushers. Watch the head humpers, Gordon. Okay. All right. What's the next one? Who's going to be the victim of my shit art? My shit art. Talent, if you could even call it talent. Rolling. 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 Get them doggies rolling. Another swimsuit, and it's Hinata. Oh my fucking god. This one's another one that's kind of trouble. But luckily, I do know Hinata. I do know Hinata. Oh, sorry. I cut out the music. I completely forgot I cut out the music. Alright, this time, I'm gonna make it wider. Wider than shorter. Yeah, this seems like a better canvas. Go! got a big ol' hat. He's got a big ol' hat. She's got a big ol' hat. She's got a big ol' hat. Oh man, I can't draw boobs! Got these fucking tits! Yeah, I think this one's a lot better. Damn, already 7 minutes and only 7 minutes, and I already finished the line layer. But I feel like I'm missing a lot of stuff. I am, her other leg, namely. This one has pressure. This one's pressure sensitive. So if I could draw lightly. Something like that. Something like that. Maybe make it a little lighter so you can actually see the hair. Everything else is just hair color and such. Now, what's with that pose? I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, Hinan is another one that has pretty minimal palette aside from her eyes, which is very striking, I will say. She has a very striking design. Just can't really translate it well with my shit ass art style. No. And yeah, I'm gonna try to redo the lines here. Do some touch ups. Shit! I forgot. Halo. Forgot the Halo. Well, I have 4 minutes. I think I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I have 4 minutes. Halo should be the first thing I draw, though. Halo really should be the first thing to draw. Yeah, Halo. Gotta draw the Halo. I think it's a lot more... It is definitely more golden than... It's a lot more golden, but less saturated at the same time. Compared to Mari. But yeah, that's all I can really do. Well, I can't do the back of the dress. And yeah, I could probably try to get the skin tone, but that's gonna be difficult. So yeah, I can't really do anything else. Do I have super maneuver on? I don't think I do. Yeah, I'm just waiting out the timer because... I don't have a wish listed, motherfucker. It's also really funny that there's a new Terminator. Wait, no, never mind. Never mind, it's from an old one. Where there's a Terminator cube. It was for AVP Requiem. Alright. 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 Here we go. Alright, here we go. What is the damage this time? What's the damage this time? This is Swimsuit Hinata. Survey says... Survey says... I already saw it. And it is bad. Okay, first off, she's not wearing a two-piece. She's wearing a one-piece. I did get the big hat. Her halo is a lot more spiky. And she has a hair in her braid. She has a braid. Oh my god, I literally do not know anything about these characters. I do not know anything about these characters at all. I don't know anything of these characters. Oh! Except she is wearing a pyro, just not over her leg like me, Mori. So, there you go. Damn. I really, really need to understand. Oh my god. This is all for fun. This is all for fun. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 more, then we do reactions. 2 more and then reactions. Alright. Rolling. Rolling. I forgot to jumble, but whatever. Oh, this one's free. This is my girl. This is my girl. This is gonna be easy. Easy Katka. Easiest Katoshka of my life. Easiest Katoshka of my life. And if you don't know what easy Katka is, I guess it's like something like easy game in Russian. Actually, I'm gonna look it up before I start. Oh yeah, it is easy game. Easy match. Easy game, easy rares, easy life. Gaga easy. Gaga easy. Gaga easy. Alright. Go! Alright, so just a little scruffly. A little scruffly. She's got a beanie. I gotta make the beanie a little bigger. She probably got some boots. think she has a braid with this one. She usually does her hair in buns. Not this time. Not this time. I think she has a... You know, I actually kind of wanted to make Future Funk like this in PC98 style, which I probably should. I just don't know how to do Future Funk. It's very sampley. Actually, I think I can do it. I can do it. Don't think, just do. She has a little off ball. She got the Jim Taylors. Doo-doo. She got the Timberlands. Which memo lobby is this one? I don't remember. I don't remember this memo lobby. Oh, I think this one's Arisu. Yeah, Arisu legitimately has one of the greatest, not only the greatest Blue Archive stories, but probably the greatest I could be wrong, though. Alright, jeans. Oh, they're blue. Oh, wait, no, they're like deep navy blue. And I think she's also wearing a beige coat. She's wearing a beige coat. And the little shits. The little shits. You know, Jean-Jacques Perry? The little ships. Well, this is the little shits. Oh god, I forgot her halo. I keep forgetting the halo. The halo should be the first thing to draw. But if you don't know who the little shits are, it's Shirokuro. Shirokuro. Like, I know they're super mega easy now, but back then, they were a pain in the real keister. Talking like a grandpa. Banger song, though. I think she has a... Yeah, red Maki has red hair. Iconic red hair. Iconic red hair. Her iconic red hair. And of course there's a bit of a... And I think... I don't know if she even has a backpack, but I'm assuming. Can't go camping without a backpack. And that's it. Izuna. Ning, ning. Oh yeah, speaking of which, there was a Blue Archive stream last night, like, by the devs, and they showed a ton of unused assets and such. They posted a lot of oh yeah, this is the Izuna. Yeah, most of this is the Izuna. This is the Izuna event song. All right. Now let's see how much I got right and how much I got wrong, which is going to be, no doubt, most of it. Yeah, I got it pretty bad. I got it pretty wrong. I got it pretty wrong. Got it pretty wrong. She had 2 braids. She had 2 braids. Her hair was a cat. She has she doesn't have like a Stan Marsh football hat. No, she had a cat beanie. Her halo has rings. Her jacket is more grayish and is open, and she's wearing shorts with tights underneath. Also, yeah, but at least she is wearing boots, and she is indeed wearing a backpack, just not that big and not even the right color. Wow. Wow. And I know somewhere out there is gonna encourage me and say, oh, but it's better than AI, which, you know what? Fair enough. All right, I got one more in me. What is the last one? It is an actually easy one. I say as I'm gonna completely bungle it. Watch as I completely bungle this one. It's gonna be guaranteed. All right, forgot to do a couple things. Forgot to reset my timer. Forgot to change the thing. This is bunny. This is a bunny. a bunny. So a bunny. What's up, the sky? I'm just drawing Blue Archive characters from memory. I can tell. Welcome. Welcome. Another one of the shy introverts with the
Don't let us down.
Size Prize. Welcome to the Sonic Crew. I hope you enjoy your stay. But yeah, don't expect too many. Don't expect too many art streams because I don't really do art. I mostly just play games. I just do this. She's a float. If you don't know what a float is a lop bunny with floppy ears. Yeah, don't expect video games, mostly video games. Expect mostly video games and reactions. Okay, her hair is mostly purple. I think her hair is mostly purple. A dark purple, deep purple even. Deep purple, like less saturated purple. Feeling all, feeling on, feeling you, what you can see, staring down eternity. She also has a lilac. Just has a lilac dress. Very purpley. I think she has a bit of a blue, like, yeah, very light bluish tint. Sort of like this. That's nice that it's nice that you're an artist. You're probably better than me. You're probably a lot better than me than this. Again, I'm once again not an artist, but I dabble in it. I dabble in it a bit. I'm more into making music, but I'm super lacking on that. Just so super busy. Now much darker color for the... Shit, I have 5 minutes to kill. Tsukuyo, this is how you know this is Tsukuyo has a really nice art style, has a very nice design, a great design. It's if you can make it super simple. I'm not saying all the other Blue Archive styles are bad per se. It's just that now I gotta do this part. I gotta do this part, and what the heck you're listening to? This is Red Winter's theme, or at least this is the snow theme in Blue Archive, and it plays in some snowy memorial lobbies because it's like Christmas, namely Cherino's memorial lobby, namely Cherino's memorial lobby. I think we'll hear Cherino's theme soon. Which, yeah, Blue Archive is great. I love it. I love Blue Archive so much. And yeah, I have to give her the tree form. I gotta have the tree form. Now what's brown? And yeah, this is actually her form. Because she can turn herself into she can put a tree. She can use a tree jutsu to disguise herself as a tree. So that's the whole thing. Nobody redeemed first. Yeah, people often forget that you can do redeems. And I think that's good enough. Very simple, very effective design. Lovely. Simple, lovely, effective design. Yeah, I'm just gonna run out the timer as well. Okay, moment of truth. Moment of truth. Did I do good or do I do bad? Oh, there it is. Gamer Club. W, moment of silence. Pause. Fuck. I did meh. First off, Halo is more lilac. Halo is a lot more lilac. Hair is on the hair is on the wrong over the wrong eye. It's supposed to be on the left. Her left leg should be exposed. And she's not wearing a kimono or a yukata or whatever. She is wearing a school uniform with a cardigan, and she's also wearing a skirt. And of course, the tree form, on the other hand, I can't really get a let me see if I could find a reference for the tree. But overall, aside from a few incidental things, such as stuff like different wardrobe, I think I did pretty well. I forgot the scarf though. For the tree. But yeah, I think that's gonna... Oh yeah, she's also wearing regular shoes. But yeah, like I said, a lot of people would applaud me because it's not AI. And that's the thing that a lot of people say. It may not look great, but at least it's not AI. At least it's not done by a stupid fucking robot. And that's what really matters. And that's what really matters. Yeah, and that's what really matters. No such thing as being bad at art. You're always learning. Yep, I heard that. I heard that a bajillion times. Even the greatest artist is still has a long road ahead of him. Even the greatest artists still have a long road ahead of them. And to that I say, nah, man, I quit. Nah, man, I quit. I quit while I'm ahead. But, hey, it's fun. Hate ads. Consider subscribing. Yep. But yeah, next time I might actually do next time I might actually do something similar. I might do something similar next week. I mean, well, not next week, but next time I do this. I'm gonna do Zenless characters from memory. Because I think I know Zenless a little more. But yeah, there are so many students in Blue Archive that you just kind of forget. And there's different variations too. And also there's the Halo designs you have to take account of, which I didn't. I just drew generic Halos. I mean, I cheated a little bit by having them heavily obscured by their headwear or just their head. Oh, wait. This one is the... Arisu one. But yeah. Maybe next time. I don't know when, but definitely next time. Time to hang up the beret. Until next time. However, that's not the end of the... Sorry about that. Anyways, that is not the end of the stream, however. We still got some stuff to do. We still got plenty of stuff to do. And by plenty of stuff, I mean, let's watch stuff for 3 hours. Let's watch stuff for 3 hours. So, I will be right back then. I will be right back. I am back. Hi. Okay, hold on to your butts because these are gonna be super long. Like an hour 30 a piece. An hour 30 a piece. So get excited. It's gonna get real long. Settle down, freaks. We're gonna learn about a man. A great man. A very, very great man.
Depending on who is consulted, Temple OS is the outdated product of a deranged mind, the work of a misunderstood genius, or some complicated combination of the two. While the operating system was the result of over a decade of work, its creator, usually referred to as Terry A. Davis, attracted even more interest than the project itself, with his nonsensical, narcissistic, and often offensive rhetoric, including casually inserted slurs. Even so, many people defend both him and his project, and feel a particular affection for both. So what is Temple OS, and how did it come to be?
Temple OS. Beautiful. Beautiful. Lustos.
In October of 2008, a Reddit account named Luzthos was created and began posting frequently. Its posts consistently linked to different parts of the website luzthos.com, but their titles varied from practical and straightforward, such as a free non-Unix 64-bit OS, to perplexing, such as Godly Song Artificial Intelligence and Belligerent Anti-Atheism Themed Operating System. He would regularly post these to the programming subreddit, where they would either go largely ignored or downvoted, mostly the former. The website was dedicated to the eponymous custom operating system, reminiscent of such from the 80s, offering a list of pages describing it, as well as demonstrative videos and images. Also available was the creator's name on his contact page, Terry A. Davis. The homepage describes the motive behind the project.
Man, the myth,
Quote,
the legend.
Lusthos is for programming as entertainment. It empowers programmers with kernel privilege because it's fun. It allows full access to everything because it's fun. It has no bureaucracy because it's fun. It's the way it is by choice because it's fun. Lusthos is in no way a Windows or Linux wannabe. That would be pointless. Much of the rest of the text in the home section was jargon, but a few things stood out. First, the operating system was written in a customized version of the common programming language C. He admitted the limitations of his creation, saying, quote, Lusthos was designed from scratch with a clean slate and has no compatibility with anything else. However, he attempted to spin this severe restriction as a positive thing, saying, I took every opportunity to improve things once I made a clean break with the past. That's another reason Lusthos has value. It is innovative.
Wow.
Terry mentioned that Lusthos output in 640 by 480 with 16 colors, an incredibly outdated format. But despite its appearance, he stated that the operating system was built to run on modern hardware. Due to the way the system was structured, it also was incredibly vulnerable to malware, but this was likely never a concern for Terry, as there was no networking on the OS whatsoever. This meant that any system running Lusthos would be unable to communicate with another computer, ruling out internet and LAN functionality entirely. With no printing supported either, anything made on the system would be isolated to that system alone. To work around this, he recommended using Lusthos in conjunction with another, more common operating system, though the purpose for doing so was questionable at best. Terry also provided what he called songs from God, with lyrics appearing near the top of the screen as the operating system played them.
Shark. Whoa. What are you watching?
Under a tab labeled History, Terry shared some of his experiences working as a computer engineer. It opened with, quote, I find this very crass, but there are lots of chestnuts boasting about in open foyers and have to say this. I have a 1440 SAT and was a National Merit finalist. Fuck yourselves. When you're your own boss, you can do what you like the way you like it, too. I happen to like to have fun when I program. I'm an expert in knowing what is fun about
people
programming,
who like
and
chess
that's
a
why
little
Lose
too
Those
much.
is so awesome. Designed to have fun programming. If you're so smart, tell me what's fun and not fun about programming. Along
If
with
it's not
photographs
fun,
of
why
himself and
bother?
his work, he explained that he had been employed by Ticketmaster from 1990 to 1996, coding and designing hardware while simultaneously earning an undergraduate degree and a subsequent master's degree
Fucking
in electrical
Ticketmaster.
engineering. It was also during this time that he created the basic code that would eventually become Luzthos. After quitting Ticketmaster, he began his own business
There's
named
old
Home
Terry
Automation
himself.
and Robotic Equipment, or HARE, in order to work on an early consumer-grade milling machine controlled by a PC, a sort
Nice.
of early home 3D printer. In 1997,
Nice.
having apparently halted work on his machine, he took
that a three-
engineering
he
work
literally
again,
just said
but
it.
his personal
How bad's
history
the stream
ends
delay,
in
by the way?
2003, 5 years prior to sharing
How bad is
Luzthos.
the stream
As
delay?
of 2008, it was unclear how he was making money. Users on Reddit seem to regard Luzthos mostly as a curiosity and an odd personal project, and couldn't find any practical purpose for it. One person replied, quote, "Sorry, no network, wireless, etc. is just a waste of time. Times have
Fuck
changed
Reddit.
since
So
Apple
true.
II." Another person offering constructive criticism stated, quote, "At the moment, it's not clear what you want people to do with it. I think you have a cool project that deserves more interest. Good luck." In response, Terry suggested that Luzthos was, quote, "just a place to mess around with programming," but this answered little. He also explained that his
mess
operating
around.
system was, quote, "a souped-up Commodore 64 basically," but this further confounded its purpose. Terry A. Davis
what is
was
this
also
supposed-
active
am I
on
supposed to
Reddit
use
in a different way.
oak
He would
commands or
frequently
something?
post to the atheism subreddit, declaring the existence of God and entering arguments with the users there, but these interactions were marked by uncanny paragraphs of apparently random words, common phrases, and excerpts from literature off of Project Gutenberg, preceded by the phrase, "God says." Those comprised of random words and phrases were particularly uncanny, and sometimes he
God
would reply with
says.
nothing but these God says sections. For example, one reads in part, "God says, confute, exodus, print, propound, resumed, glorify, elect, forgiving, pleasant, itself, equals, long, catch, abject, oft times, miracles," etc. However, few people would typically
The
attempt to
normie being
engage with him, and
confounded
his
by
comments
the-
were downvoted as people refused to reply, despite Terry's apparent need for conflict. When he made a post entitled, "Bad News, There is a God,"
So
almost nobody
true.
responded, and so he began making responses to his own post, continuing to denounce atheists for their non-belief, but these often seemed to lose focus partway through. One of these comments reads, quote, "God, they don't want to talk to you. God's good company, you just have to hold up your end of the conversation and try not to be annoying. What is it about computer science people and atheism, huh? Brain equals computer, I imagine. That's what once made me an atheist. Still not too sure about that. I think the answer lies in going beyond the notion of causality as we typically think of it. There can be incredible synchronicity in the world, which makes causality quaint. God says, Homo to infinity and beyond, Ivan, don't mention it. Ha, how far, hypocrite. Heads I win, tails you lose. You are my sunshine, etc. But Reddit
Etc.,
wasn't the only
etc..
place he was posting.
Etc., etc. Man, words, just words. Power of the skeleton.
On November 29th, 2008, Terry made a post on the OS Dev forums entitled The Luzthos Operating System, using Luzthos as his username there as well. It read, quote, "You might be interested in the Luzthos operating system as a starting point for your own, or for ideas. It's 64-bit and includes a 64-bit compiler/assembler I wrote. It's public domain and open source. I tried to keep it simple, and I innovated many things. It supports multi-core. At first,
Multi-core?
forum users
Where
were
we
curious
re?
and attempted to run Luzthos on their own systems, but when they ran into difficulties, the creator responded with an air of smug superiority. Quote, "I have no idea what VMware software does and don't care. All I know is it's likely to be slow and you'll struggle with additional constraints. The first thing I did was write an assembler and compiler so I could be independent. It may be too much for you guys.
Oh,
In this thread,
snap.
he claimed that Lusthos had attracted significant attention on Reddit only a few days prior, netting 50,000 page visits on his website and 500 downloads. But it appears that even if this was the case, the post is now lost. The responses to these posts were universally negative, with people expressing frustration with his elitism, and this fighting attracted the attention of the moderators, who locked the thread the same day it was posted. Between November 29th of 2008 and January 19th of 2009, Terry would post frequently to the OS dev boards, mentioning his operating system as much as he could and portraying his skill and his work as being above the other members. However, there would occasionally be strange digressions in his writing. In response to apparently nobody in particular, he wrote, "Yeah, but he said the resolution wasn't supposed to be permanent, after I made a promise, and you have to keep your word. Sucks."
Sucks to
Who he
suck.
was unclear, but the capitalization of he suggests he was speaking of God. Another post read, "Mental hospitals suck, but disability checks are cool. Guys from Metallica seem to know about mental health." However, he was eventually banned either on or after January 19th, as no posts exist on the account after this time. In February of
what could he have
2009,
done?
4 months after he began sharing Lusthos with the internet, Terry accelerated his posts on Reddit. As he became a familiar figure in the programming subreddit, a few people began replying and engaging with him, attempting to learn not only about the operating system, but also about Terry himself. Some were impressed at the ability of Terry to construct an operating system all on his own, while others dismissed Lusthos as outdated and useless. Similarly, while some people had their curiosity piqued,
It'll be
others
the
were
last
beginning
free
to lose
OS.
patience after months of his repetitive
Eventually,
posts.
it will be
One
the
person
last
wrote,
free OS
quote,
before
"Hey
it
mate,
gets
I like your
completely
project. It seems like you're having fun, and I
assimilated
don't really care that it doesn't have
everything."
networking or it's just your toy OS. Having said that, please don't fill up the programming subreddit with every single update. If we're interested, we'll watch your page." Eventually, his posts to the programming subreddit halted, perhaps because he'd been restricted from doing so, but by April of 2009, he had begun advertising Lusthos in comments instead. These comments, however, were easily recognized as attempts at advertisement and largely dismissed. Terry would also begin regularly posting to Hacker News, a website similar to Reddit hosted on the Y Combinator website,
Look at
duplicating
all
his posts
those
in
dead
order to gain
links,
more
holy
attention.
shit.
However, the moderators would inevitably remove them, likely because they viewed Terry's repeated links to the Lusthos site as spam. As on Reddit, Terry would also comment on other people's posts, extolling the virtues of Lusthos and attempting to turn discussion towards it. By this point, it appeared that Terry's patience was
damn
diminishing.
Linux
When someone
commies.
criticized him for wasting his talent, he replied, quote, "You guys are all pathetic. You look at the graphics and conclude it's not advanced. Be honest, if I had made a pretty picture, disgusted with you apes. The same sort who said in 1900 everything has been invented. You're probably Linux cultists." End quote.
People look at people look at an operating system, they look at command lines and say, "Oh my god, he's a hacker! You gotta be a hacker to use this! Well, you gotta be a hacker! Where's my GUI?"
Terry would continue to post on Reddit and Hacker News in the following
GUI meaning
months as updates
GUI,
were applied
by the
to
way,
Lusthos.
graphical user
But as
interface.
2009 wore on, people began to notice idiosyncrasies in Terry's writings. In one case, a person pointed out that he had ostensibly chosen his extremely limited resolution and colors because he had promised God that he would do so, contradicting a statement from him made earlier that it had been a technical decision. Another person noted with amusement that one of the selling points of Lusthos was Bible and hymns.
That's
In
very
November,
important.
he would also begin posting about updates in his own subreddit dedicated to the operating system, but these
Base.
gained far less attention than his posts on the programming subreddit, with nearly nobody commenting, posting, or voting on it besides Terry himself. At the turn of the year, Terry apparently abandoned Reddit altogether without a single new post
Good.
after December 31st,
Fuck Reddit.
2009. By June of
Got out when he
2010, the
still
account
could.
had been deleted altogether, and he instead began posting as trivial solutions in a similar way, though the content had begun to grow even more aggressive and offensive. He would also
Gay.
attempt to advertise on the
The one
programming
comment,
subreddit
gay.
under an account transparently created by Terry for the sole purpose of pretending to be someone else advertising Lusthos.
Oh no,
Like his other
sock
attempts, it would go
puppeting.
ignored. Terry also continued to post to Hacker News throughout the entirety of 2010 to no effect, as his account was shadow banned, only able to be seen if a user had enabled the ability to see dead posts. Attempting to circumvent his ban on the OS dev forums, he created another account, also under the name Trivial Solutions, but he was easily discovered and banned again less than 12 hours later.
Oh my god,
Despite
these
his lack of
Jannies have a
desired outreach,
life.
he would still create
Whoa, look
new
at that
demo videos of his
triangle.
operating system, where people online would be
Super
able to hear his
epic.
voice for the first time.
I wrote this over the past 7 years full time, and I did a compiler, an assembler, an editor, a graphics library, and it's all 64-bit.
Perhaps recognizing his failure through his other channels, he created a Twitter account in September of 2010 where he would occasionally tweet updates he'd
There
made
he
to the
is.
source code. However, with little way for people to discover him, these tweets went ignored entirely. His constant attempts to attract attention would continue through the rest of the year, but they would slow and eventually halt in the first half of 2011. But just as he appeared to be losing hope, he would gain newfound interest, though not the kind he desired.
Oh?
On July 15th, 2011, a user going by Jimford posted a thread on the Something Awful forums entitled
Oh no,
Lose Those,
the
or How I Learned to
goons!
Stop Worrying and Love
Not
the Bomb.
the
One of the opening
goons!
paragraphs reads, quote, "Gentlemen, I present to you
Gentlemen.
Those. The very definition of your OS is a piece of shit. The operating system is, without a shadow of a doubt, a piece of shit. Behold,
Yeah,
a tale
but
of misery
the
far
goons
beyond
know.
reading
These
Tom
guys
Collins'
hate
posts.
Azumanga
I give you
Daioh.
the afternoon of
What
my
do
day
they
off
know?
in screenshot format." Underneath this, Jimford detailed his account of his time running Temple OS through a virtual machine, using numerous screen captures while describing his process.
Wow, he
After
actually
3
got
attempts
through the
to begin the
VM.
installation, he was able to reach the install screen. He stated, quote, "During this period, everything in sight was blinking. Lesser men would have had a seizure from the install screen alone. After I finally gave up, I felt as though I had one." After the installation, he shared the
Damn.
initial user experience, stating, "The strange V thing was rotating and everything that is highlighted was flashing incessantly.
The V thing,
I was
it's
then
called a-
greeted with the most horrifyingly ugly
tetrahedron,
thing I had yet seen, even
think.
worse than Linux. After closing the worthless tip of the day window, I was apparently sent to my home screen. There didn't appear to be anything other than a bunch of homegrown, unplayable games. The only options in the user main menu were games. All of them horrible." Much of his experience was spent fumbling, as he did not know any commands, until he finally discovered what appeared to be a tutorial, which helped little. After returning to the home screen, he clicked on hypertext that opened a window that gave, among other things, Terry's home address in Las Vegas and a more detailed history of the operating system.
Wow.
Terry had written, quote, "I've been working on Lose Those full-time for 8.0 years. Yes, I wrote every one of the 129,486 lines myself. No GPL code, no linkage or dependence on other code. I am a
Hell
for-profit
yeah.
company, not
Crazy.
welcoming code contributions, but feedback is very welcome. Technically, I started Lose Those in about 1993. I set it aside until 2003 when I resurrected it and worked full-time, seriously on it." Eventually, Jimford attempted to perform some coding in Lose Those. Quote, "Turned out the C+ thing this dude wrote was as much of an abortion as the OS itself. I decided to go to the Lose Those website, attempting to garner a clue as to what was going on. Further confusion. Only RMS could beat this guy in bullshit long-windedness. Not only is this operating system a piece of shit, but so is his so-called custom programming
See you later,
language.
shit
Eventually, I
lords.
got it down enough to make something useful out of it." While Lose Those had already become an in-joke among programmers online, this forum post made it much more accessible to others with less programming knowledge.
Yeah,
It's likely
documentation
that
is
Terry was aware
important.
of this thread, as only a day after Jimford's post, he made his own on Something Awful, complaining about a ban he had received on the OS dev forums. However, the members of the Something Awful forums were
Stop
not
making
sympathetic,
threads, you
and Terry
idiot.
was eventually banned from the Something Awful forums as well. With his
Ingrates,
usual
the
outlets
lot
either
of
barred
them.
from him or ignoring
Remember,
him,
they don't
Terry
like
would lose most of his
Azumanga Daioh.
online audience, even as new people were
hate it.
discovering Lose Those. But this
hate
would coincide
anime.
with a drastic deterioration
And now Low
of
Tax
Terry's
is dead. Good
coherency
fucking
that would
riddance.
attract gawkers of a new and much more
Good
numerous
fucking
kind.
riddance.
Throughout 2011, Terry had continued to post fruitlessly on Hacker News with his familiar rhetoric combined with his strange messages from God. Small details
yes.
about his life would emerge, such as the fact that he lived with his parents and that he was seeing shrinks, but as the year was nearing its end, his online activity took on a drastically different tone. This change
Those
was
darn
first apparent on
feds.
Twitter. On October 20th and 21st, 2011,
Hate the
Terry
CIA.
posted a
They
series
operate
of
by
4 tweets
blackmail.
denouncing the American Central
So
Intelligence
true.
Agency.
So
it opened
fucking
with,
true.
quote, "I hate the CIA. They operate by blackmail. They are scum. They got the Saudi king by short hairs." A few months later, in December, he would tweet again, saying, quote, "Kill CIA people. Hit them with cars and run. They are scum." He then implied that he had done just that, killing what he called
I think
a
that's
doppelganger.
edited.
2 months later, he further specified
I think that's actually
whom
edited.
he claimed to have killed. Quote, "There's crazy actors/agents who fuck with me.
I think a
My
lot of
parents
this
are
is
enemies.
censored because,
I killed
you know,
one in
YouTube and
1999.
people like
Nah.
having
Score is
channels.
1 nuttin', except you crushed my nuts. God says, horse sung accents revenge wholesome deservings marrow funding necessities." His posts on Hacker News also began to take on this fear and anger towards the CIA, believing psychotherapists were CIA agents using doppelgangers to control people's actions. But Terry
So
would
true.
soon begin to include
Absolutely
racial
true.
beliefs in his writings. On
They glow in the
January
dark
14th,
after all.
2012,
We'll get to that,
he wrote a
I
comment
hope.
on Hacker News that read in part, quote, "Little kiddies, you might regret freeloading when justice smacks you as you try to make money on a blog or software in later years. God is just. I win 10 lotteries a day. I'm not at all worried about justice.
Nice.
Niggers. Not at all worried about public opinion. Everything
Yeah,
is shrink
there it
actors.
is.
Evil British agents and shit who have no regard for God. Once I said the difference between niggers and white people is niggers don't know the world is just." His usage of the word
So
would steadily
fucking
increase through the months of
true.
2012,
So
but rather than grow annoyed with him,
true.
people online would instead begin to pity him. On August 12th, 2012, a post was made to
What
the
did he
website
mean by
Metafilter
this?
entitled "An Operating System for Songs from God." Its description was sparse. Quote, "Lusthos is an operating system written by a schizophrenic programmer. A narrated demo
Schizophrenia
and many
only means
songs
that you
by
have
God
Earth
and
Song
me.
within
The
you,
apparent
and
primary
Earth
use
Song
of
means you are
VOS
in
are
tune
available
with
to
the
view.
Earth.
While many
and
early
sense
replies were fairly
disturbances,
dumbfounded and
like
commented
glow in the
on the
dark
absurdity
CIA
of the website,
Indian
some were already aware of Terry's strange
agents,
online
so to
interactions,
speak.
and one person replied who had been observing Terry for some time, largely dismissing him. He wrote, quote, "Surprised you didn't mention his Hacker News submissions, comments, and profile. I actually went down the rabbit hole with this a couple
That's
years
the
ago. and
name
was
of the
surprised there wasn't more discussion
series.
of the technical aspects of what he was trying to do/talk about, since it is largely indistinguishable from a million other crazy geek projects." Sadly, he barges into discussions with incoherent conspiracy theories and long-winded tirades unrelated to
just
the main
came
thread.
back. Well,
I
you
feel
came
sad
back
for
at a
him.
good
I have family and
time.
friends who act similarly. Whatever he's done merits some discussion, but when he derails into crazy conspiracy theories and personal
Because
attacks, it's
he's
hard
not
to move
afraid
forward.
of a
The guy's
word,
been
and
hellbanned
neither
on
should
Hacker News
you.
for years, but so
And
are a
neither
few
should
people
you.
who have dared criticize Paul Graham, so I end up stumbling across his comments occasionally, reading dead links/comments, and ultimately feel sad that he doesn't have a more receptive outlet for his lunacy." End quote. But people likely didn't expect Terry himself to appear. Under the handle Lusthos, he attacked the OS dev forums
Oh
that had
boy,
banned him
here
in
we
early
go.
2009,
And a
over
loop
3.5
becomes
years
time.
prior, though he claimed erroneously that he was banned 2 years before then. He wrote,
Nigel.
"Where do I begin with how evil that site is? I treat it as entertainment. Been banned since 2007. They brainwash people into supporting 286 processors and say nothing of x86-64. They say nothing of developing compilers, though. That's what any new OS should do first thing for its command line." He would continue to post comments, though they often had little to do with the topic at hand. One of the staff on the website eventually saw fit to reply, quote, "Heyo, Lusthos, it's great that you signed up, and if you want to have a conversation with folks here about your work or what people have brought up in the thread, that'd be really neat. That said, threads here are more of a conversation and less of a posting free-for-all in general, so yeah, slowing down a little and nixing the 'and here's a random thing I'm thinking' stuff in favor of something a little more focused would work better." Terry immediately replied by sharing the text randomizing tool he used to generate his God Says passages. When he began to grow confrontational, people engaged with him, and he spent the next 11 hours arguing with others. However, when the post was archived the following day, the discussion abruptly ended. While the aforementioned sites were not the only places he was posting, they were the only places he was receiving attention, however active he may have been on Stack Overflow. By this point, between his posts on forums and link aggregators, a clearer understanding of Terry A. Davis had emerged. He was in his early 40s, living with his parents after the government had declared him mentally unfit for work following a schizophrenia diagnosis, putting him on disability. Rather than trying to find money for work, he had spent the last decade working on his operating system, Losethos, with a loose and uncertain plan to monetize it. He had also spent at least some of this time believing he could commune with God by interpreting seemingly random events in his life, eventually settling on using random number generators in order to select words as well as biblical and literary passages. He referred to this process as a refined version of speaking in tongues. With awareness of Terry growing online, a small, disparate body of people had taken an interest in Terry and his online ramblings, and soon he would give them far more content than they had perhaps expected.
Sparrow OS? What's
On
this?
October 2nd, 2012, Terry released version 1.0 of Losethos under a new name, Sparrow OS, creating a number of social media accounts under the same name
I gotta be
and a
real
subreddit
careful with
dedicated
those words.
to it, to little fanfare.
I gotta keep this
Though
channel.
the operating system wouldn't be known for long as Sparrow OS, it was under this name that Terry A. Davis's operating system became known to the Kiwi Farms, a forum born from the early group interested in Christian Weston Chandler, used to observe and discuss strange people online. On February 26,
I fucking bet that is definitely not
was
true
made about
anymore.
him, and while the
That's
original
not true
post
anymore.
appears to be
They
lost
just
to an
attack
edit,
random
the
people
replies show
now.
the minor interest that people took. Beyond a few bits of ridicule, however, he was mostly ignored, and the thread died the following day. But it wouldn't stay this way for good. By March of 2013, Terry had changed the name again to that by which it would become more widely known.
There it
Temple
is.
OS.
Temple
He would
OS.
soon create a matching Twitter account
Heck
and
yeah.
a new website, templeos.org, with resources to accompany it, as well as a new logo. Since the Twitter account is deleted and no archives of the first year and a half appear to exist, what he tweeted on this account during that time is lost. Of the video of his games, only one survives from this time, something he labeled After Egypt, Moses Game, a program he considered by far to be the most important in Temple OS.
Whoa.
There's camp. If we break camp, the number of people gets randomly bigger or smaller. Anyway, watch this. They'll do golden calf. They all run
golden
in a
calf.
circle, and
they go in the
that's
circle.
from the Bible story.
Wow.
Clouds. God was a cloud.
God was
I
a
was gonna have
cloud.
it lead them around or something, or make figures in the clouds. Anyway, let's see. Hold court. A woman commits adultery to a child. Ooh,
Wait, oh,
punish.
yeah, punish.
A child
Base.
commits adultery to a child. Really punish. Hold court.
Yeah,
A
really
child
punish.
commits idolatry. Really
Idolatry.
punish. Okay,
Idolatry
so,
is a sin.
map. They
Really
wandered
punish.
40 years in the desert. So this must be what they did. Okay. Make water. He struck a stone and it made water.
Just like in the
Anyway,
story.
beg for meat. They got sick of the manna, and they wanted meat, and God gave them meat, and they got sick and died.
Oh.
Anyway, so here's the cool thing. This really works. If you talk to God, He'll talk to you. So let's ask him. I guess they got
There's the
seagulls,
burning bush.
from. Let's see. What can we? If you do an offering, he'll talk. How about Did you make any babies today? Okay. 20% of the net profits you derive calculated. This is from the Bible, small print.
It caught the
God
legalese.
wants 20%.
You want 20% of the net profits.
Anyway,
I guess that's the
God
tithe.
wants 20%.
Toggle mute.
Let's go to. I do Moses comics.
Moses.
Why don't you make the sun stand still to show them? Oh, come on, would you settle for a wet blanket? That's a reference to this one story where dew formed on this one blanket. Anyway,
Over the months, this website would change in new and strange ways. The first major one was in either late June or early July, when the top of the front page was replaced with a video, now lost, and the words,
No.
God's temple is finished. Now, God kills CIA until it spreads. Nobody knows the
Based.
Father but the Son. Do loving
Based.
offerings. God will shine his love.
God
Hell is
kills
the absence
CIA.
of God. Heaven is God's company. What followed was a list of questions that Davis had asked God, paired with the answers he believed God had given him. These ranged from God's thoughts on war and religion to what makes certain animals happy to his favorite video game.
Nice.
Then, sometime in August or
Nice.
September, he changed the front page again, and by this point, his new purpose for the operating system had become clear. The site now had Bible verses from 1 Kings discussing Solomon's temple, writing beneath it, quote, use after Egypt inside Temple OS as an oracle as a Ouija board or Christian tongues. You get out
Oh.
of prayer what you put in. God said, honest measures applies when exchanging an offering for a response from the oracle in Temple OS. Picking a greeting card is love effort. You will get back love. This is not artificial intelligence. It is purely an occult oracle like tongues or a Ouija board. It is a microsecond range stopwatch that you press for random numbers to pick words or passages, with no statistics, no Markov chains. There is no network support in
So
this
this
OS
isn't-
either.
it's like an early
Just talk to God
rudimentary
out loud and
AI.
try it, as long as you have made an offering such as praise,
I mean,
a
if
hymn,
that's
a
what-
poem, or comment.
well, at least
Doing
that's
an
what they
offering
want
first
you
is
to
a covenant.
believe.
You can get away with just conversation, but you get out what you put in. Praise
That's what they want you to
sandcastles,
believe.
snowmen, popcorn, and bubbles. Love effort is like when you pick a greeting card. You get back the love you put in. End quote. Soon afterwards, he would begin posting what he called his rants, which were near-daily thoughts and ramblings, starting on September 13th,
Oh boy, I love
2013.
rants.
The first day's rants acted as a sort of treatise on Temple OS, speaking to his restrictive line count limit and his reasoning, divine and otherwise, for creating it as he did. However, one of these rants on this day showed an increasing narcissism. It reads, quote, I am God's chosen programmer. He has
was.
endowed me with divine intellect, like
He
the authors
has.
of the Bible. It has no code I did not write. It never runs code I did not write. I am the best programmer on the planet. I wrote
True.
a 64-bit compiler, assembler, kernel, debugger, bootloader, graphics library, graphics editor, tools like grep, and a bunch of demos,
Grep?
including a first-person shooter and
Grep?
flight simulator. I am the best
Grep, is this
programmer on the
true?
planet. That's why God chose me, and that should help you understand. There
Next
are two
time on
kinds of
Grep?
programmers, those who have written compilers and those who haven't. What sounds impossible for you is not impossible for me.
Wow.
End quote.
So
As
true.
time went on, however, these rants would change form into what more closely resembled public journal entries discussing his thoughts on any of a range of topics he had been considering that day, along with answers and statements based on his word generator. These posts would vary in number from just a few per day to well over a dozen. But what would net Terry the most attention would come on October 3rd, 2013, when he began uploading videos to a new YouTube channel named after Temple OS. The first 10 videos on this account were collections of hymns he
yeah.
had written, totaling approximately 40 minutes, but like the ones he had shown years before, they had a strange, uncanny quality. He would also soon
Beautiful.
upload new videos about the programs he had created, while offering an overview of Temple OS where he explained its new purpose.
This is Temple OS. It's a 64-bit PC operating system. It has an oracle. That's why it's called Temple OS. the main purpose is for doing offerings and of hymns and art and poems and stuff, and then getting a response from God in the oracle.
He stopped shortly after uploading 14 videos in total and only offered rants for the next 5 months, mostly repeating himself and relaying the random words and passages he would receive from God. Many of these were short and delivered in a stream of consciousness style, such as one that read, quote, "Earth porn is the best. The Warcraft game trailer had a sunset. You might not like works of hands, worlds made by man like Avatar." Occasionally, his peculiar mode of speech
porn.
and writing would create
What's
something
that?
strangely
I have
amusing.
no idea.
For example, believing 16-color graphics to be superior, he created a drawing of an elephant over which he wrote,
Wow!
"This is 16-color, pleasant to create. It would be unpleasant to draw with 16,777,216 colors."
Kinda
In
true.
late 2013,
Simple is better.
he created a list of demands since he had declared Temple OS, God's third temple, completed. These were directed towards a number of programmers and software companies, namely Windows and Linux, so that their systems would be compatible with Temple OS. Towards the end, however, these demands grew less focused, and he seemed to take on a more diplomatic tone. He wrote, "All hardware and BIOSes must support Temple OS as a native and as a virtual system, dual-booted with Windows or Linux. It would be neat if Temple OS were burned into BIOS ROMs. My hope is that it will be
Nice.
finished and largely unchanging. I need a good dictionary first. Maybe we leave the dictionary out." The front page of Temple OS would change on occasion,
Oh, well.
though usually they were the same ideas espoused with new wording. The strangeness of Davis's writings and his growing reputation online were beginning to attract attention, and soon, online publications would begin discussing his passion project, now a decade in the making. On January 20th, 2014, an article was released for the online publication Tech Republic entitled Temple OS, an educational tool for programming experiments, and it offered a sympathetic and positive look into Terry's operating system and his history. They wrote, quote, "His vision for Temple OS is something akin to a modern Commodore 64. It's simple to understand, manipulate, and work within. In essence, it's an educational tool for programming experiments. It's bare bones by design. You have direct access to the hardware, and you can do what you like with it, within the limitations of the hardware. This is a laudable goal, and one solution to the complexity of programming modern computers that programmers, hardware designers, and educators are seeking to solve." It closes by stating, "Temple OS is a testament to the dedication and passion of one man displaying his technological prowess. It doesn't need to be anything more." The article spoke
Absolutely.
very little about Terry's
Very
history,
good. He
including little
understood
more
the
than his schizophrenia
assignment.
and, strangely, his SAT
He understood the
score that he had
assignment.
mentioned on
He
his
gets
original
it.
Hustos website. Seemingly unaffected by the attention, Terry would continue to produce new videos sporadically over the following months, mostly of songs
He
made in
understood
Temple OS
the
and footage of his
assignment.
games.
Whoa! I'm going crazy!
I have some more airplanes. These are my last airplanes. Go get them.
I could barely
His
see the
rants
airplanes.
also continued to grow less lucid as 2014 continued, sometimes asking God
Oh,
simple
that's a good
questions such
question.
as if he liked something or not, while on Twitter,
does-
his ramblings
would
became
God like
more
claymation?
manic. On March
I bet he
12th
would.
of that year, he wrote, "The CIA has a 7-year-old deep-throating a loaded 45 at DMV next to me fucking with me. I'll teach him to pull the trigger." Around
Oh,
this time, he
shit.
also began adding
getting
to
real
his demands
bold.
page, beginning with, quote, "Guess what, biatches? Daddy's home. Deuteronomy 16:16. Y'all have to do 3 offerings per year in the temple." These offerings were either hymns or Moses comics created in Temple OS. The rules
Wow.
would grow over the year, becoming more restrictive and written more conversationally as time went on. In late June of that year, his posts to YouTube began in earnest. One of his early videos showed his process for making songs, and it revealed exactly why they had sounded so strange. He had been creating them with a program that interpreted numbers from Temple OS's random number generator and turned them into songs.
And I'm gonna gamble big. The more complicated the bigger the gamble, but the bigger the payoff. Okay, here we go. Escape.
And go.
So, Alt P. Adulteress. I can't tell how long this is playing.
Then, believing he
That
had the
actually
attention
sounds
of
really
Larry
good
Page,
for a random
co-founder
number,
of Google,
randomly
he began
generated
making
song.
videos introducing him to
Very
Temple
cool.
OS, creating videos between 2 and 14 minutes long.
Temple OS. I'm going to give you a
This is the
guided
closest
tour.
he got to the
Let's
Akashic
see.
Records.
So this is for Larry Page.
However, it appeared that at some point, creating these videos became a compulsion.
So I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I just got a whole bunch of comments from people who are incredibly close-minded atheists.
Those damn atheists.
I have proof, as in God talks.
He would also take the time to talk about pieces of his life, though what was real and what was fictitious was uncertain.
So I used to be Catholic, and I have IRA tattooed on my forehead. But you're atheist, and you will always be atheist, which is funny. I think that's pretty funny. Anyway, God is just has always...
Terry would make a total of 106 videos for Larry Page from July 13th to August 13th.
Hot
And these
dang.
videos would reveal certain aspects of his character that had been vague up to this point. He would discuss his politics and believed he was specifically targeted by the CIA.
So...
Yep, the frickin' CIA.
Some stupid fuck CIA person thinks I'm a leftist, communist, Catholic, Irish. In reality, I'm more of a Republican, Reagan Republican, elitist, entrepreneur, Jewish, I guess. I made God's temple, and I do offerings all day. Now,
He would also often be interrupted by 2 birds that he kept, and he would wait until they were finished singing to speak again.
oh, there's not a... Shut up, bird.
Shut up, birds.
There's not a path.
He really likes those birds.
When speaking, he would often place himself above world leaders.
The Pope says he has a holy kernel. I don't know. Did he talk to God in the temple, in God's official? I am Solomon's successor. You're just a Pope.
He's just the Pope.
And I fucking wrote an operating system with compiler. Don't even know what a compiler is. Fucking Pope.
He would also
Pope
routinely
didn't make a
refer to people
compiler.
he believed beneath his intelligence with racial epithets.
Everything else is easy. It's fucking easy. Okay, dumb fucks. Gotta club you fucking niggers. Chew niggers or something. I don't know. Anyway.
He showed further tools he had created as well, which allowed God to communicate not just through random words,
Whoa.
phrases, and passages, but through
He's doing
visual art
art.
as well.
It does 3 batches of,
What is he creating?
what did God draw?
So what did God draw?
What has
That.
God drawn? What has God wrought?
What did he mean by this?
Terry also showed some of his relationship with God and how he viewed it as playful, with God going so far as to play pranks on him.
Yeah, God was really, humility before honors. He gave me a booger and I went to the store with a booger. Motherfucker. I'm just numb. Anyway, then on my earlier video, 2 videos ago, I said to move and I didn't put the other half. And I also, he just humiliated me. Now here's my glory. Okay, so I fixed
God
it.
works in
But
mysterious
God
ways.
to him was often fickle. Sometimes Terry would be unable to interpret any meaning from the words given to him by his random number generator, and in these cases, he would often blame it on either lack of or an insufficient offering, while other times he would blame himself for asking a vague question.
Parents were too desirous I should attain my father because... Okay, whatever. This sucks.
He also described the process by which he believed someone could engineer a miracle from God.
Okay, we're going to cover how you do a miracle. So, first
Wait,
of all...
just like that?
Here's the plan. We're going to make a comic, and that's we're going to exchange that for a melody with from God, and then we're going to put words on the melody, and then that hymn is going to... we're going to offer that, and God's going to talk to us.
He explained to Larry Page the design philosophy behind Temple OS as well, based on the belief that this was God's third temple as prophesied in the Bible, and was to be the final one.
And we never plan for the future. If you plan for the future, that means you're not finished and it's not perfect. The BM...
Even after he had completed his video series for Larry Page, he would
What
continue
did he mean
to
by
favor
that?
YouTube as his primary
If you're
method
not
to
prepared
output
for the- if
content.
you're prepared
He would
for the
often make
future,
a video whenever
it's
any
unfinished.
idea occurred to him, and they could range in length from
And
just
not
over a minute
complete.
to over 30 minutes.
I like elephants, and God likes elephants.
So true.
Here's a realistic elephant.
Look at that.
So
Look at that
if you don't
elephant.
want to go for realism, you can go for better than realism.
Better than
What do
realism?
you mean better than realism? How about an elephant with blue eyes?
Whoa!
24-bit color when you have 16 Simpsons colors.
16
This
Simpsons
is
colors.
for,
Woohoo!
God's covenant.
He favored to record
Bravo.
one long session and upload the entire recording. This, however, meant that when he would lose his train of thought, he would shift from topic to topic, often giving personal thoughts or anecdotes from his life.
Plus, they attacked me personally, angels or some shit on the radio. I've been mock executed bunches of times. That's where, like, they paint you into the story. I don't know, Terry Schiavo or other ones. Anyway, I've been through tribulation. Now it's your turn.
Yeah, he
With so
absolutely
many
has.
new revealing videos,
Now it is our
both
turn.
for his OS and himself, information on him had become more accessible than ever, and soon he would begin to shift into a wider public consciousness as his ego bloated.
Uh-oh. That's no good.
On November 25th, 2014, Vice News published an article on their motherboard website
Darn-
entitled God's Lonely Programmer.
Darn Vice.
The opening paragraphs of the article simply repeated what most people familiar with Terry already knew, speaking to his work on the operating system and his encounters with others online. However, the majority of the article was dedicated to relaying new information that the author, Jesse Hicks, had received through personal correspondence, stating, "Davis emails me regularly and late into the night in courier font from a 2 or 3 year old Dell desktop running Ubuntu." The article revealed many strange aspects of Terry's life. Startlingly, he lived on a 48-hour schedule, staying awake for 32 hours and sleeping for 16, drinking caffeine
Jeez.
to maintain it. But much more was revealed about his past, as far as he could be trusted with giving an account of his own life. He was born in December of 1969, making him nearly 46 years old at the time,
Wow.
and the seventh of 8 children. He also filled in some of the missing information from his Lusthos website. In March of 1996, he believed he saw men in suits stalking him, which he eventually concluded, perhaps only later, was related to a side project of his. He drove south into the
Uh-oh.
Arizona desert to
CIA,
escape them, but even then,
the
he would interpret the
spooks.
voices on the radio as talking to him. At some point, he dismantled the body of the car to examine it for tracking devices. After arriving in western Texas, he abandoned the car and began walking along a desert road until he was stopped by a police officer who offered to take him into town. However,
Uh-oh.
believing the officer a government spy, he bailed out of the cruiser and broke his collarbone, after which he was
Ouch.
rushed to the hospital. When he overheard the doctors
Ouch.
discussing his x-rays, he interpreted them to mean he had alien artifacts implanted into him, and he fled. But when he attempted to steal a truck from the parking lot, he was arrested by police. After
Dang.
spending time in jail and
Damn
then 2 weeks
feds.
in a mental hospital where he refused to eat, he was released, whereupon he drove aimlessly in the American South until July, when he returned to Arizona. Living off of credit, he attempted to sell his home milling machine that he had mentioned in his Lusthos biography, but revealed the reason he had abandoned it. During a test, it had nearly set fire to his apartment. After a
Oh.
year, he was forced to move back in with his parents in Las Vegas, where he remained to that day. He wrote, "From 1996 to 2003, about every 6 months, I would have what they call a manic episode, and I would end up in a mental hospital. For those first few years, I was genuinely pretty crazy in a way. Now I'm not. I'm crazy in a different way, maybe." Towards the end
We're
of
all
the
a
article,
little mad
Jesse
down
Hicks
here, Alice.
summarized his experience with Terry by saying,
We're all a little
quote,
mad down
"After
here.
2 months of emails and phone conversations, I know more than when I began. Specifically, I've accumulated more raw data, more facts about his life and experience, but I suspect I've only sketched a shadow. The full reality remains unreachable, an irreducible mystery." End quote. However, Terry never gave proof for any of these occurrences, and Hicks apparently hadn't verified any of his claims. Discussing his past with a journalist only galvanized Terry's resolve, and on January 20th, 2015, he recorded a video with a webcam showing his face as he spoke.
Oh,
calling it
hey,
his
there
first
he is.
sermon. 4
The
days
face
later, he would
cam.
declare in no uncertain terms his position in the world.
So I'm high priest of God's official temple, and my job is to look after the code and to do continual offerings.
Throughout 2015, Terry would continue to upload sporadically, sometimes with just a few days between videos, sometimes more than a month, offering
Heck
updates
yeah.
and rehashed
Temple
explanations
OS.
of topics he had already covered.
Okay, I'm going to go over some of the games. The first one is Timeout. You're supposedly sent back in time to help the Jews, like in the Bible when there was the angel of death or something. And
Or something.
it's like Defender. You have to you shoot the purple ones and you try not to hit the cyan.
But soon, Terry would begin the practices that would eventually make him infamous online, and he would find himself under the scrutiny of a group that had at first dismissed him.
Uh-oh. The farms?
In late November of 2015, Terry began making updates to his website of a more drastic nature. His rhetoric had slowly been degrading over the course of the year, but now he had grown far more aggressive in his prose, making a section of the website entitled, "Why the CIA Must Surrender to the IRA." It
So
opens with,
true.
quote, "Obama and the atheist CIA wake each day and ask, how can we fuck God today? I know, we'll make nuns perform abortions. We make homos dance naked in Russian churches in front of old church ladies. Isn't that hilarious? We'll make a complete mockery of marriage because, after all, niggers don't have fathers, and that's not fair. My wife, Michelle, wants no cupcakes for school birthdays because of single moms. We'll make God hated, just for pedophiles and crazy insane sand niggers. We'll drink fetus soup with the Queen and celebrate the end of births." Etc.
What did he
had begun
mean
to
by
see
this?
The CIA as being at
Holy
the center
shit,
of
he had
conspiracies to obfuscate
that
the nature
finger
of
on the
software coding,
pulse
writing,
super hard.
quote, "The CIA has been busy
Insane.
clusterfucking everything in the computer industry.
This
Look
is
at
the
Hello
Power of
World.
Earth
Look at
song.
the bitmap file format. They planned ahead when they made the bitmap file format expandable.
This is what happens.
When the future came and
This is
they
how you
expanded,
know that
however,
he's a listener
the
of
format
the
became
Earth
a
song.
turd. The lesson is not to plan ahead like that. The CIA and British Northern Irish are waging a campaign to keep people ignorant and impotent by making new acronyms that conceal knowledge of strategic low-level computer
Fucking
concepts."
alphabet
End
soup
quote.
bullshit.
Then, in mid-February of 2016, Terry altered the Temple OS website to the form for which it would become most known, with its teal background and blue border. It was in his blog that
The
his
blue
most
border.
infamous piece of writing would be posted, which was expanded on in March. The full expanded text reads, quote, "I live in a CIA prison. A nigger runs my prison. In prison, the nigger tries to torment me. We can take away his knives by confessing, every day. In about 2000, I masturbated fantasizing about my niece, Lanny. She looks like Star Trek 7 of 9. In 1985, at my sister's wedding, I stuck my crotch on the hot tub drain because it kinda sucked. In
Why?
1985, I tried to get a dog to lick my dick. From 1998 to 2003, I fantasized about leading a Catholic army like Dune of Mexicans or Brazilians. That was dumb because they're niggers. In 2003, I played tag with a black girl about 7 years old. She reached for my crotch. In high school, in the library, Carlos and I said juicy or toxic as a way of evaluating girls.
We
in
still do.
1988, I cheated on my SAT by talking in the hall during the break. 2 problems. On 9/9/1999, I killed a CIA nigger on purpose with my car.
Happy
In
Dreamcast
1975,
Day!
When I was about age 5, my brother, Keith,
They're
put my
weak
penis
against
in a
cars.
vacuum. In
Tis weak
1977,
to
when I was about
vehicles.
age 7, my brother, Danny, got me high on gas fumes, and we sucked each other's dicks. Dr. Tsoukalis has an oddly round ass. Paul Keck at Zytec had an oddly round ass. Distracting? At about age 5, Jay Wenrick and I touched dicks to each other's assholes. What do we do all
what?
day? We beat the nigger because the nigger cannot understand what a random number is.
True.
We beat the nigger because the nigger thinks the brain does timer tongues.
True.
We beat the nigger because he thinks Temple OS is real mode. End quote. On March 16,
Sure.
2016, Terry performed his first live stream on his YouTube channel. He began by streaming himself communing with God in Temple OS, checking his website, reading the Drudge Report, checking the OS dev forums and Hacker News, and reading the website of content creator Diana Cowern, better known as Physics Girl. This first stream lasted only an hour and a half. 2 days later, he would do the same thing. His strange and bombastic rhetoric in these live streams once again attracted the attention of the Kiwi farms.
It's
One member
fucking
wrote on the original thread
algebra.
for Terry 2 years after the last post, "Massive necro because he's
Nice.
even more hilarious now." Soon, other forum members began to take notice, remarking on the skill it took to create his own OS while commenting on the ridiculousness of both the project and his writing and speech. Despite his attention and newfound sense of purpose, Terry was apparently struggling with a strong sense of ennui. This came out strongly while talking about his bird, Percival.
Percival?
My bird is dying.
No!
Earlier today, there was a Bible passage about are not 2 sparrows sold for a penny, but not one falls to the ground without the Father's notice. So, Percival started coughing up blood about a month ago. Then he got a little bit better, but I think he's gotten worse. So,
No.
this is kind of a death watch, so I'm waiting for him to die. I live in
Percival,
kind of
no.
an old environment. All I do is I go to dentists and doctors. My parents go to dentists and doctors.
Percival's life is worth
That's all
more
we
than
do.
a million
We watch TV, they
CIA
go to the casino.
spooks.
I don't watch TV, I watch. Anyway, so it's kind of, I feel like I don't really have any, I made God's temple, and now I'm waiting for something to happen. I've been fighting to bring it to fruition, but I'm in some kind of prison or something. So
We're all in
basically
some
now
kind of
I just
prison.
kind of kill time. But I'm God's high priest, so there's nothing better to do with your time than kill time with Mr. God and enjoy divine intellect all day long. But I live in a very kind of old, I think I like it.
I suppose.
Terry would sometimes perform extremely long streams. On April 16th, he streamed for well over 12 hours total, and he would often stream intermittently throughout the day, aided by the caffeine he received by drinking straight from a 2-liter bottle of Diet Shasta soda. However, his talks would grow less lucid over time.
The CIA likes to, if I tell you that Commodore 60, that God said the Commodore 64 is our ancestral land, The CIA nigger giggles. Yeah, look at Native Americans. Giggle. Yeah, look at fucking Jewish kicking ass and shocking awe on their motherfuckers. This, if I tell you that,
Yeah.
if I tell you that
Yeah.
Joseph in the Bible went from prison to prince, the little CIA nigger chuckles and says, "Yeah, look at all the niggers. They're not princes." Yeah, but Joseph was a fucking prince, and I'm fucking Joseph. I'm not some nigger. It's gonna be a different outcome.
You
It's
tell
gonna be
him.
a different outcome, you dumbass fucking CIA fuck. The little CIA
You
fucker
tell those
mocking-
CIA
What about all the
freaks.
niggers? Are they princes? Yeah,
Tell
right,
the
man.
CIA
Fucking,
off.
you're gonna see
Go
you
off,
little
Prince.
nigger. CIA, man, they're fucked. Atheist fuckers.
Despite
Yeah.
the massive amount of time he dedicated to streaming, he would only
CIA
receive a few viewers
atheist
at a time,
wretches,
anywhere
all a
between
lot of
6
them.
and 25. What surprised his few viewers, however, was when he mentioned he was reaching out to someone to help him, something his ego had disallowed him from doing, as he claimed he was the only one smart enough to create God's temple.
I'm trying to convince a woman who knows physics to work with me,
I'll just
but
move to the
I
side.
can't use her name because I use the
not
word
gonna block
nigger,
her.
and she probably doesn't want to be associated with me. But you
It's just
never
a
know.
word.
Anyway, so I just want to go over how to. She has sponsors and stuff, and using the word nigger would probably be bad.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Gotta keep
so,
those sponsors.
It
Gotta
was clear
keep
to
that
anyone
channel.
who watched him to
but-
whom he was referring. More and more, he had been watching Diana Cowan's videos as Physics Girl and had grown enamored with her.
Oh.
He had taken to regularly emailing her in an attempt to get
Oh,
her attention.
Love
Then,
Quest?
on November 21st, 2016,
A love quest,
he
perhaps?
received a surprise.
Oh, really? Really? Whoa!
During
What?
2016,
happened?
the technology board on 4chan, G, had discovered Terry A. Davis and his work. Immediately taking a liking to him,
Oh,
they had begun
Naoki,
to watch him
welcome.
and cheer for him, while some members planned to harass him.
Nice.
This latter activity proved
Love
remarkably
that.
simple,
Oh,
as
shoot.
Terry advertised his home phone line on his website and kept a receiver next to his workstation where he streamed. Due to his obsession,
Sorry,
it
I
was
have to
easy
move to the
provoke
side
him
so I
to
can-
say what they wanted to hear.
Keep the, I have to keep the Terry cam.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello? Put on speaker.
He's
Put it on
not an atheist starting a war with God that's going to get us fucked. The
No.
atheist started making pedophile priests, the atheist started a war with God.
Yeah?
Why?
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't the atheists, so to speak, but
The atheist nigger started a war with God. He's fucked.
Over time, however, a small number of these 4chan users decided that this wasn't enough, and they had moved on to impersonating Diana Cowan, exploiting his attraction towards her. While he was
Oh,
able
no.
to recognize some as fakes,
Oh,
one was
no.
able to fool him, and he would communicate with them on stream. What
Oh,
was remarkable was
shit.
the success of these attempts despite his knowledge of his reputation on 4chan. His willingness to believe these people may
Oh,
have been driven
shit.
by a deepening sense of loneliness, of which he was beginning to speak more frequently.
I feel odd. It's like fucking. I have nothing to do but this, and it's not something I want to do. It's hard.
Along with this, the harassment shifted in an attempt to elicit anger from him, and they found this simple due to his degraded mental state.
uh-oh.
Hey,
Moshi
Hello?
Moshi. No speaker?
you're a faggot. You're the SS of the atheists. I can tell by your voice you're a faggot.
I bet that was
As
OP. I bet
2017
that was
began,
OP.
it was clear that Terry A. Davis was beginning to struggle further with his emotions. He would go on rants more often, speaking on seemingly random subject matters, and his rhetoric grew even more aggressive with time.
First of all, hacking is for Ovaltine spooge drinking nigger fuckers. Okay? You are
True. Who drinks
This is ring girl
Ovaltine?
only. Go fuck
Grandma?
yourself with your goddamn fucking Ovaltine decoder ring nigger shit. I'm not interested in your nigger shit. This is ring fucking zero. Go fuck yourself.
Decoder
Fucking
ring.
idiots.
Oh my
Moses killed the male Hebrews at Moses' birth. What did he do? He did perfect justice, and he killed at Passover. It's perfect justice. You don't get more than perfect justice. You just get perfect justice. What
Perfect
kind of
justice.
is gonna fuck with God? Some homo's gonna do it. I'm gonna get some popcorn, okay? I'm gonna
Heck
get
yeah.
some fucking popcorn.
You
This
tell
is
him,
public
Terry.
fucking domain. I have fucking Godfather fucking kill you fucking enforcement. You fuck with God, he fucks your shit up. You can download my
So
2 meg
true,
distribution that
Terry,
has all
so
the source
true.
code on it, and you can compile with my fucking compiler.
So
You're a
true.
Nigger, you're fucking nigger. Fucking nigger. No, they see me talking with God and they say, how is he hacking us? That's their listen, you nigger. The first listen, you nigger. The first listen, you fucking the nigger. See, fucking nigger.
This rage, however, was likely born out of an existential dread that had been growing for some time.
So, who am I talking to? I don't know. What's reality? I don't know. You just have to, when my bird was looking at my computer monitor, I thought, whoa, that bird has no idea what he's looking at.
He has
And
no
yet,
idea.
What does the bird do? Does he
What is-
panic? No, he can't really panic. He just does the best he can.
He just looks.
Is he,
He
able
just looks.
to live in a world where he's so ignorant? Well, he doesn't really have a choice. Yeah, he can kind of live. It's usually the bird's okay, even though he doesn't understand the world. And
He's just fine. He's just chilling. He's just a
he
bird.
can kind of learn
He's
what's
just a bird.
safe and what's dangerous.
He's just a little bird.
So
He doesn't know any better.
that's where I've been.
I wish I were a bird. I wish I was
I
free like a
think,
bird.
If I had to guess, I think I'm in a mental program. I have had a fake internet, and I've been struggling to tell them it's God, but they don't listen. You're that bird looking at the monitor, and you're thinking to yourself, I can figure this out. And you know,
So true.
maybe you have some bird ideas that are, maybe that's the best you can do.
As matters worsened, people online began to encourage his paranoid delusions, especially in the chat for his YouTube streams. However, these streams would come to an abrupt close after his fake Diana sent him pornographic images, which he showed himself viewing on stream, and so, in March, his account was given a strike, disallowing him from streaming further.
No! Damn it!
Yeah, my,
they went too fucking
Live
far,
stream got
dude!
suspended for porn.
Too fucking far, man. What the hell?
I mostly
Why?
did that for Diana to watch the live stream. I don't really have a use for live stream. What? I can blog. You know, if I write
At
in
least there's a
private,
blog.
then it like finds its way into the global consciousness, and in order to keep my brain from getting confused, I should write in private, because that way the causality is more obvious. If I write and then post on the internet, then I might think I'm doing it that way. But if I write in private and it ends up on the internet, then we know something.
As such, he began uploading videos again on YouTube and began streaming on a competing livestream service, Hitbox.tv, though these streams were
Twitch!
apparently not archived.
No! You archive everything. Archive freaking everything.
Lowest.org, and there's a link to
Come on.
the
Damn it.
Hitbox,
Lost media.
live stream.
He began
So
uploading
many
videos
Terry
again,
stuff.
though for a time these were exclusively hymns, as he was still able to stream on another service. After only a week, however, someone was able to acquire his password and steal the account. And when he created another 2 days later, it only took a single day for him to lose this as well. His third account he was able to hold on to for a month, from April 9th to May 3rd of 2017, but then he was suspended due to terms of use violations. While he was struggling to stream again, he began uploading videos in the style of video logs, often recording himself talking as he walked, though he would also record himself singing to popular heavy metal tunes and drumming his fingers on the table with remarkable proficiency. His walking sessions he would eventually call Paladin Walks, which he recorded for the benefit of Diana Cowan, to whom he now believed himself married, though it was uncertain whether these were Terry's ideas or ideas prompted by whoever was posing as Diana.
So, why did I marry you? I married you because I'm bored.
I'm bored.
During these Paladin
I married
walks,
you because
it
I was
common
bored.
for him to walk to a particular spot against a wall in the suburbs of Las Vegas where he was living. In one of these instances, when a black man was passing, he prompted an argument between the two.
Hey, nigger.
Oh,
How you doing?
topical. Topical.
I'm sitting here talking about sexual assault. You walk up here and fucking get in my face.
I didn't get in your face.
Oh, okay, sorry, okay.
Yeah, just say the word and
Okay, I'm talking to a private conversation. You come walking over here.
This is a public street. I'm
Okay.
walking to the fucking store.
they get so mad. It's like a word. It's like a power word. It's like it's an enrage.
Only 15
it's
days after
a
his
word of
Hitbox account was
rage.
banned, however, his YouTube account was shut down as well, and he began uploading videos to the Temple OS website instead. But this would coincide with a rapid deterioration in his mental state, likely in part because he had stopped taking his antipsychotics. Through July and August, he would grow aggressive, yelling at his parents
Don't let them
and drinking
control
heavily.
you.
No. How can you
defend the niggers?
talks to God and be so prejudiced? He made all of us.
I fucking see with the eyes wide open. I see with the eyes wide open.
When the child
What
is
makes you
more.
so prejudiced? What do you got against other people?
It's
like
the
ours?
child's
My
duty
woman
to
is fucking
wake up.
Are you a Superman?
Yes, I am.
That fucking dog is getting raped! Fuck you! The dog is getting raped!
By who?
By the fucking other dogs! Yes!
Yes.
You are the fucking righteous monster of fucking Area 51! No! That balls! I fucking meditate on the Bible! The fucking the righteous power of Rome! That balls! Do not be a ham! Preach! Preach! That's the reason I'm the savior of our country! Fuck you, bitch! Respect! Okay, like, remember the Collins that stood up to the English! Looks like, no, have fun with your shit television.
Daddy!
I'm sorry.
Ha-
I'm sorry, I made myself, I don't know.
Have
you were
fun with
good,
your
and I
Zog
made
box.
myself hatred for some reason. I don't know. Forgive me, I have to try and figure out why I remember that I love you.
Oh,
But
he
soon,
remembered.
things would take a drastic turn for the worse.
What?
On August 25th, 2017, Terry was arrested for domestic violence against his father. After spending time in jail and subsequently in a mental hospital, he was no longer welcome with his parents, and he was forced to live on the street. His court date was set for October 31st.
Damn.
He had set up a donation link on his website where interested viewers, likely from 4chan and 8chan,
father
were
couldn't
supporting
open
him.
his
While he had
eyes.
once denied them out of fear for losing his disability checks, he now was asking people for donations.
So there were many dear resources sacrificed to produce me. I've been a king in training, and there were dear resources sacrificed.
It's those damn CIA
I get Dear Templar
CIA
donations
jerks.
at my www.templaros. The children are sending in $20, $10. I'm living off of the donations of children. So
Only 6 days after being released, however, on September 20th, he was arrested once again, this time for open and gross lewdness due to urinating in his van, and was released again very soon afterwards. Still living on the streets, Terry would be monitored closely by the Kiwi farms, who had taken a newfound interest in him 5 months prior after
Kiwis, more like
creator
vultures.
Mr. Medicare had made a video on him. During this time,
Internet
Terry would live and
aristocrat.
scream out of his van.
Old Jim.
Soon, his sister became aware of his situation and
Old
offered to pay for a
Jim.
hotel room for him, but this apparently fell through. When he failed to
Darn.
appear for his court date, wanted posters were spread across Las Vegas with his face on it, and within 2 weeks of them going up, Terry was discovered and arrested, but he would receive assistance from an unexpected source. In August,
Really?
a GoFundMe page had been created in order to raise money so that someone could buy Terry a new drum kit and ship it to him, which was met thanks to 3 people and delivered only days before he
Nice!
assaulted his father. Some suspected this drum kit may have contributed to the argument. This time, the owner of the website 8chan, Jim Watkins, helped raise money
Hot
and pay for
Wheels!
Terry's bail to release him from
Hot
jail.
Wheels!
And on November 10th, 2017, he was returned to the streets of Las Vegas with his arraignment set for January 18th. Almost immediately, he began streaming again from his van, much as he had before, though in shorter intervals. He also continued recording videos for Diana, to whom he still believed himself married, though he was able to recognize that something was amiss.
Oh, Mrs. Wife Diana, here we are at the dollar store. This is in Goodyear. There's the Wells Fargo. This seems to, I have figured out how to live really, really well. I figured out all the spots and everything. So like, you're the wife, yeah, in theory you would be in charge of the groceries, but like we don't part company. We only got one van. We live in the van. This is actually the center of the universe. I know you don't understand that. I don't know why you're not over here. But anyway, so, like, you know.
Even so, he would record video of himself masturbating for her, which he posted on his website in folders labeled specifically for her. Towards early December, he began to believe further that he was hallucinating, and he was actually in a prison cell, but he would later return to believing that Diana would move into his van with him. The content of his streams tended more and more towards himself listlessly browsing the internet and masturbating to pornography, the latter of which he could continue to do as he was hosting the streams on his own website rather than another service.
I don't really get email. Like, I sort of like talk, and then it looks like I talk to all these girls. It looks like they're responding, but like I don't get any email, and I don't get any visitors. So it looks like I'm in prison. So that's a little bit depressing. They just played Queen. Nothing really matters. Well, basically the same dumb fuck CIA niggas like, go get a job. Hey, you dumb fuck, I'm a prisoner. I sure as hell ain't gonna suck any CIA cock. That's damn straight.
So
I'm gonna sit
true.
here and fucking kill time with God and say,
Getting a
fuck
job? Nah, that's
Again,
CIA
however, he stopped
propaganda
streaming abruptly
nonsense.
in January. Some members of the Kiwi farms had discovered his case file online and were tracking it to see if he would appear for his arraignment. Some suspected
Bro
that he had
thinks
been
he's the
arrested
cart.
again and was being held in jail, but on January 18th, it was discovered that he failed to appear in court.
Terry.
Then, late that month, after uploading a series of
Dang it,
long
Terry.
videos in an unknown house, he stopped producing content of any kind online and disappeared.
Oh.
In March of 2018, nearly 2 months later, Terry suddenly reappeared with new streams and videos, now living homeless in Portland, Oregon, over 700 miles away, without
Portlandia.
his van. Apparently missing his laptop, he would use his phone to record streams and videos.
That's the library, and The library computer seems to work with this camera, which is really cool. So I'm going to be doing songs and stuff. How about I start with Faded Glory? The Roman dome is a hoary glory. The melted pilgrims tell a Tory story. Faded tongues echo.
These were often similar to his musings from before, speaking of broad religious concepts and his thoughts on Diana, though he seemed to lose focus even more easily.
Definitions.
Oh, no.
White woman has sex to reproduce. Black woman has sex because it feels good. That's the difference. So,
Wow. True.
question is, so Terry, you know, I've kind of been viewing Diana as my wife, and the Bible says you got to satisfy her needs. So I've been doing a certain amount just because of, oh, fuck it, I don't really have to justify myself, you know, because, like, hey, it's just a matter of time. Just hang in there a little bit. You can have Diana. And so, like, the question is...
and you can see him decaying in real time.
He would also often record himself dancing for Diana, sometimes to music played on the overhead speakers in a subway he frequented, other times to nothing at all. It didn't take long for interested parties to track him down, and soon people online were discovering him and recording their interactions. These interviews were often remarkably respectful, with people inquiring about Terry's history and thoughts on programming, and Terry would have little trouble holding lucid conversation with them.
I've learned, you know,
Nice.
At one point, when I was about 1996, the internet was getting big. I'm like, you know what? There's another generation coming along. I'm just gonna let them do all the internet stuff. I'm gonna stick to what because my background was like the low-level assembly stuff, right? So I'm like.
But by this point, his mental state was diminishing. By May, he believed he was in psychic communication with Elon Musk and James N. Mattis, designing new features for Temple OS.
So
Hell
I got
yeah.
Chris Sanich on the phone.
Elon's
The telepathy
gotta
phone.
continue
You there,
Temple
Chris
OS.
Sanich?
Or at least make a new
Who
one.
else I got here? Got Elon Musk.
Make the
Got,
fourth
General Mattis.
temple.
So
Oh wait, that's Twitter.
probably some lurkers.
But
I can't really
it's more of
control it. I don't really
an
know.
insane asylum.
Anyway, so
It's more like Arkham Asylum than a temple,
As the
so
months wore on, his ability to speak and hold on to a concept had reduced considerably, and by August, his speech was noticeably slurred.
Well, I gave a real good passionate improvised.
oh no.
And then,
he's become
suddenly,
Boomhauer.
news would come to Terry's followers. One of his relatives, Therese Davis, wrote a Facebook post reading, quote, "Our family lost our very special, bright, shining star, Terry A. Davis, born on December 1969, Wisconsin, leaving this world August 2018, Oregon, in an accidental and unexpected death while traveling on his Great Western adventure. This included Nevada, Arizona, California, Washington, and Oregon. He will be greatly missed by his family that loved him very much, enough to let him be free to continue his journey on his terms. He will also be missed by many of his online community that recognized his amazing brilliance, sense of humor, wit, and dimpled smile that was truly captivating.
That smile.
Thank you for supporting him by donating to his cause and lifetime work on Temple OS and loving him on his journey." End quote. At first, people thought that this news might have been a
Press
prank,
F
and
to-
4chan users went as far as to declare the accounts falsified with what they believed to be near-conclusive evidence. Videos were created to collect this
Unfortunately,
information
it
and
isn't
decry
real.
the people who
It
had
isn't
engineered
fake.
what they believed was a hoax.
What I think has happened is some people that stole his PayPal information several weeks ago now have access to a Facebook account, and they've added members of his family to it.
However,
No,
it was soon
it's
confirmed by
real.
family members, emails to
It's
the police
real.
and the Dalles, and news reports that he had been hit and killed by a train on August 11th,
fucking
2018
train CIA
in Wasco County, Oregon.
freaks.
The train engineer believed it to be a suicide. Slowly, his internet following came to accept his passing and joked about the CIA agents against which he had railed so enthusiastically. As the
It's
months
those
passed
bloody
by,
CIA
Terry was spoken
agents.
of less and less.
They
until he
will be
faded
bloody.
back into obscurity.
They will be
His
bloody.
legacy online is mixed, at once a warning about the way that the internet can encourage the mentally ill to even greater harmful behavior and attract the attention of those hoping to encourage their illness, but it also shows the way that these strange people can be seen through numerous paradigms from different parties, with those onlookers coming to greater
So
levels
true.
of empathy through the shared experience, even if they still afford themselves amusement. On a grander scale, it shows the way that the internet has transformed its perception and treatment of strange and eccentric individuals, so that their unique experiences can be understood in a more constructive and appreciative way.
Terry's all looking down at us in the kingdom. May he rest in peace. If you don't want to go for realism, you can go for better than realism. Stylized. Terry grumbling, don't even know what a compiler is. Hope is under his breath remains to be the funniest fucking thing. Mental hospitals suck, but disability checks are cool. So true. You would have had very strong opinions on ChatGPT. Yeah, I'd rather trust the temple, the oracle over ChatGPT any day.
I don't know. I really like this library.
Oh, there's more. It's a nice library, I gotta admit. He's in God's library now.
Come here and use their computer and smoke out here. They must have been freaking out because such an impure person was in their presence. Oh well, I was clueless. Now I used to have a respect for purity. So, well, it's good to be king.
It's good to be king.
Maybe. I think maybe I'm just like a little bizarre little person who walks back and forth. Whatever, you know.
May you forever rule. May you live forever, Terry. Having owned many birds throughout my life, I was wondering why his parrot was singing in such an annoying tune. Then I realized it's always been listening to Terry's randomly generated hymns and was imitating their arrhythmic tunes. Wow. Forgive me. I'm trying to figure out why that I remembered I love you. Oh, right. Where he tell his mom. I'm the high priest of God's official temple, and my job is to look after the code. Those, not gonna lie, those words out of context would be pretty cool in a sci-fi virtual reality setting. But what's even better is, but hey, he is in God's official temple now, watching over the code. May you rest in peace, Terry. Remember to pop a CIA glow-in-the-dark freak in his honor. Yeah, that was a long one. That was a pretty long one, wasn't it? All right, time for a few short ones. I'm going to do a few short ones before calling it a night. All right, that was kind of sad. Time for the palate cleanser. A good old Seth.
Hey, struggler. Seth here. If I
Hey,
sound
Seth.
sick, I am sick. I ate rare water buffalo from Zhengzhou Wet Market. and I
Uh-oh.
feel ill at ease. Hello,
Uh-oh.
Chud. Apply your finasteride and strap in, because
Heck
I
yeah,
have a new hyperfixation.
finasteride.
It's difficult to recommend a
Finaster.
roguelike with the full knowledge that I'm asking you to memorize keybinds for an entire keyboard and dedicate the next week of your adult life
Whoa.
to using advanced inventory management to haul a diesel engine
Anila.
across town. In a game with less visual fidelity than the graphing calculator I used to cheat on my math exam, Path of Acra is not only the
Nice.
fastest roguelike out there, it's also the only one that can be played by holding a single key. Similarly, you can speedrun
Nice.
adverts by pressing L on your keyboard.
Buenos días,
Really?
amigos.
I'm currently in Mexico. Don't ask why. I've
Wow.
got just one small problem. All of my favorite
Uh-oh.
shows are region locked. And by a region locked,
Damn it.
I of course mean watching anything other than Dragon Ball Z in my area is punishable by death due to regional
So
licensing
true.
agreements. But if you're seeing this video, that
Nintendo.
means I didn't get caught because I use ExpressVPN and was able to
Wow.
get access to my sweet content from all over the globe. ExpressVPN for me.
Yeah, but Molvad
Yeah,
is better because VPNs still have to be. They still have to do things. They still have to do things and tell the ISP what you're looking at. But Molvad does not do that. But yes, tell us more about this funny video game, Magic Man.
Hells won't wait for you, but I will. Holding tab will attack the closest enemy, pick items off the ground, and take the next exit automatically.
Wow, it
Do
does
not
everything.
mistake this ease of entry for lack of depth. Because I've played this for several dozen hours, and believe me, I don't know what I'm doing.
Why
It's
does
very
a
simple.
puddle
You pick a
deep
race,
as-
a class, and a god. This is
deeper than the
similar to
Marion-
real life, where, based on
Lord,
channel
skill of
demographics,
four.
most of you are Albanian. Each time
Yes,
you kill
I
enough
am
enemies, your
indeed
glory
Albanian.
rises, which is this game's version of leveling up. This gives you a
Wow.
choice of attributes: strength, dexterity, willpower, or vigor, and gives a point to spend on powers. Powers
Nice.
are abilities in one of 9 elements, each with a unique playstyle. Of these, you can mix and match up to 7 powers from a total of 3 different elements. Or you can just hit random and spontaneously die because it gave you Plague Chant. Dropping enough points in certain powers fulfills requirements, allowing you to select a prestige class, which will power scale your character from good to ridiculous. Completing a dungeon
This
takes you
looks
to
like
the Overland,
SS-13.
where you're given a choice of up to 3 different paths you can take on the Path of Acra. These give exact
Trademark.
information on what items you'll find and which enemies you'll encounter. Items are important for survival, and enemies are doubly important, because if you don't read the fine print of their description, you'll die without knowing
A
that
lot.
a Storm Knight ignores 90% of your defense and shreds your early tank. Everything in this
Oops.
game works by interacting with a set of triggers.
Bullshit,
For example,
but
we have a
that's how it
Cyclops
is.
Warrior of Marduk. On attack, he
Ooh.
deals blunt damage equal to half his current life bar to adjacent enemies. On game turn,
Wow.
he applies 7 poise to himself, amplified by his class special. I take points into heavyweight, which deal damage to the attacker when I
Big.
shrug off the attack, meaning my armor
Big.
score is higher than the enemy's hit, which is the damage of an attack that connected because the enemy's accuracy is higher than my
Just
dodge.
a meat
However, I have
slab.
a shield. My shield blocks most attacks. Block takes precedence over armor, and I rarely benefit. This is an example of antagonistic triggers. I want to be hit, so I drop the shield. Our racial passive triggers on attack, not on hit, which means it goes off regardless if our attack actually connects. I have no
Nice.
natural healing, which doesn't matter because we take vigor each time glory rises,
All
which you can
the
automate
vig.
in the bottom right. The higher my health pool, the more damage I do. So I hold tab and become catatonic for the next few minutes. Then I pump 10
Easy
points into
peasy.
heavyweight, which lets me take the Gallus Prestige class, which deals blunt
Heck
damage in a
yeah.
4-tile radius each turn, and every time I shrug off an attack equivalent to my encumbrance, which is massive, by the way, resulting in me
Thick.
being an incredibly slow fat fuck who relies on enemies killing themselves by attacking my gigantic armor score. This is my 600-pound life, or
The
as some might
ideal
say,
male
the ideal
figure.
female form. Our god of choice,
oh.
Marduk, transforms helmets
sure.
we pick up to become even heavier, so we do even more damage. On the way, I
Yeah.
managed to pick up a Maruna Sash, which makes us attack adjacent enemies on step, meaning our racial passive now triggers from simply walking up to enemies. We take the heaviest
Nice.
armor with the highest inflexibility, because we also found the Inu Greatsword, which, on attack, per point of inflexibility, deals ice damage in a path based on encumbrance, which means every attack I do now sprays out 5 volleys of ice. Inflexibility
Wow,
divides
just
speed
like
and
the
willpower
golem.
damage bonuses, but we're incredibly obese and retarded, so we don't care. Any items that aren't
Nice.
needed can be burned for extra
So
stats
true,
by
just like
mousing
me.
over them and tapping free. At this point, we stack strength, get fatter, and keep holding tab. Keep holding tab
Get
so
bigger.
long you win the game.
Gain mass,
Congratulations
get
on beating Path of
huge.
Acra. On the first cycle of humility. Good luck on the
Uh-oh.
second cycle of degradation. I used to think the 6th cycle of annihilation was bad, until I reached the 16th cycle of rupture. But now I'm at the 32nd cycle of outer dark,
Holy
and
shit.
time is melting.
Holy shit! No, the bats.
Consuming century egg was a poor decision. Cycles
I
are
kind of
this
want to
game's
taste
way
the
of stress
Sentry Egg,
testing the
though.
build. A
I
solid
still
understanding
want
of triggers
the
will get you
Sentry
through
Egg.
the first cycle, which is
think I
the
might try
intended
one on
difficulty,
Sunday,
but you'll need
maybe.
ridiculous synergy to survive ahead. Enemies are more brutal, but the trade-off is more experience, as you'll reach your prestige class before you even finish the first 2 floors. And believe me, you're not going to survive very far without it. Glory or Death unlocks other classes, races, and gods for you to combine. It doesn't take very long. A couple successful runs are all you need to unlock every
worm.
option. The only purpose
Nice.
of gating them is to keep new players from getting overwhelmed, and to punish me, because I didn't pay the first time, and I have to do it all over again. Tab builds are some of the most prominent, but there's another kind of gameplay. It's called standing
AFK.
still. Quamar, ascetic,
Yeah.
fodder. We put everything into Astro
AFK.
Hunting. We remove his armor, and this is what happens when I click spacebar.
Oh.
He Neon Genesis across the room, very Evangelianly.
Everyone
Explanation,
turns
each time
into
I
Ting.
stand still by hitting spacebar. Astro Hunting teleports me to the closest enemy and deals damage. And if I have no armor equipped, this also triggers on kill. Normally, after teleporting, you receive stasis, which prevents further teleportation. However, our god removes stasis on standstill, leading to a chain reaction, where each time I score a kill, I trigger Astro Hunting again and repeat the process. The build itself
Nice.
is garbage. The important thing is that you have another key to press. Summon builds
Wow,
are
you don't need to
self-explanatory.
press
You fill the screen
tab.
of summons
Wow.
that do all the work for you. Viviabra, Druid of Ninhur. Your class weapon deals poison damage to the closest enemy on summon. Prestiging in Briar Mage amplifies all poison damage by the stacks of Entangle on an enemy, which you apply each time you summon. As most summons take place on entrance, you nuke the entire floor before the turn even begins. You win the game by entering a room. We've reached perfection because we're pressing no keys at all. Grove Cult fills the screen and heals you each time you summon. Grave Chant summons cadavers each time you make a kill, which propagates the feedback loop. In the event you don't win outright, Arbormancy and Overgrowth applies Entangle each time a summon attacks or is attacked. Venokinesis deals poison each time you entangle, and Dread Legion
love
randomly steroids
snowballing.
your forces each time they die,
It's so
which
fun.
are instantly replaced because we summon 2 Briarfolk, 2 Geezes, a Vine Spawn, and a
fucking love
Hatchling
playing
every
Vagar in
turn.
League of Legends,
Despite dumping
but at
everything
least I
into
used
willpower,
to
you'll quickly reach
when I
your
played
summon
it.
limit, or simply run out of space. Star Cult applies Meditate each time you summon, which, combined with the Entangle stacks from Briar Mage and your willpower, chunks the final boss from several million to 0. The king of many colors. And I don't like any of them. In this game, there's only one active ability. Prayer. Each god has 3 prayers which charge on different triggers. Do you enjoy putting your testicles in a vice grip and squeezing them until they burst like a little grape? Well, I've got just a build for you. Lokra, Priest of the Worm. The Worm is a god that corrodes every enemy on screen when they move or attack, and heals you for the stacks of corrosion under the condition that his first prayer isn't fully charged. What does it do? It pours acid on you. If enemies are still alive, it heavily corrodes your character. If enemies are dead, you nuke yourself for 300 psychic damage. It charges each time you enter a new area, so you have a choice between delayed or immediate pain. It's well worth it, and a single point in life chant outweighs the chemical burn. Status effects are incredibly dangerous conditions if allowed to stack. However, by taking points in a master power such as Master Scorch, Freeze, Bleed, Entangle, or Doom, we are no longer affected and benefit from the condition instead. Sinking 20 points into Master Doom lets us prestige into Torturer. Each time we apply a harmful effect to ourselves, Torturer copies it to a random enemy according to our current stacks. Master Doom applies Doom to yourself on ally or enemy death. Priest amplifies status effects, giving us 50% more Doom. The Worm's second prayer charges on Stand Still, but we take projection to make our prayers count as Stand Still, which means praying now charges the prayer. We make use of our infinite prayer with Necromancy, which on prayer summons cadavers. We fill the screen with trash summons for the purpose of killing them off. On ally death, they give us
prayer
Doom stacks.
motion
Torturer
machine.
propagates and copies our Doom stacks. When attacked, a creature takes 5 death damage per stack of Doom, which importantly doesn't have to connect. So my skeleton swipes at the enemy, misses, and nukes them for 6 million damage. Welcome to Torturer. This is one of the most mechanically complex builds with the most actions on screen. So at this point, I recommend turning on fast mode, turning off VSync, and uncapping the frame rate. It's also incredibly fragile. Early game sucks ass, and if you encounter a Firebird, Thunder Priest, or Edlight, you won't have to worry about any of that, because your run is over. With that in mind, here's something a little more reliable. Goblin Sorcerer of Apophis. Apophis gives strength each floor you climb, at the cost of taking 7% of your max health each time you're attacked. This is not a problem, because enemies will never reach you. 1 point in Burning Ooze, 10 points in Oozemancy, which summons a number of blobs equivalent to your skill level.
Call me Ivan, because you got
each time you score a kill, your prayers reset, making this an infinite loop. To stop nuking your own summons, take Invigoration, Projection to make prayers count as Standstill, Grove Cult to self-sustain on summon, and dump for rest into Star Cult. Anything that doesn't give meditate or trigger on summon, toss into the fire and get infinite speed because of your racial ability. Prestige into ill profit and fill the screen with purple, and then punish people for standing on it. Or just go Arch Magus and stack infinite meditate. Conversely, if you'd like to speedrun the game, take an Aslan of Ixana, pray twice, and die on the second turn. In all seriousness, Varia Aslan of Eris. Aslans hate praying, and Eris hates prayer. They're perfect for each other. Eris rewards you for taking the most dangerous path by upgrading your main hand weapon so hard that it hits for 1,000,000 by the time you clear the first zone. Her prayers do nothing, but as long as they're fully charged, you become nearly invincible. Taking a lethal blow when a prayer is fully charged triggers divine intervention, preventing death and draining your charges. An apostle can exploit this by taking a god with easy charging prayers and dying repeatedly to reset his charges. Pair this with Gore-Tide for an even bigger nuke that scales with missing health. I couldn't figure this one out. Sometimes a synergy is there, but you just can't piece it together into a working build. This was the case for me with transform builds. I tried for the longest time to make Drake form viable. Prestiging into Oaken triggers prayers on initial attack. I can't pray or receive divine intervention, but I do get to be a dragon. Then I wake up and realize Azada is a shitty god, and I could be doing this with literally anyone else. They're still interesting, and if you ever want to disappoint your deity of choice, prestige horror form and watch the combat log as you bleed someone for 1,000,000 damage. You receive as many stacks of horror form as the damage you take, which uniquely goes into the several thousands. Triggering a different transformation replaces and inherits all of the previous stacks. Brood Umpuad of Humbaba. Each time we take damage, we get 1,000 stacks of horror form. Each time we're attacked but don't take damage, we trigger our class ability and convert this into 1,000 stacks of jackal form, which gives us approximately 3,000 speed. To put this into perspective, a game turn takes place at a speed of 5. High speed is crucial for fragile characters, and nothing is more fragile than basing your entire build on walking. On step is a lovely gimmick that doesn't work because level generation will kill you at every turn. I never thought I'd be saying this, but I am countered by a narrow corridor. That doesn't mean it's not fun. Tengu Nartaka of Tengri generates insane amounts of charge from fighting barehanded while wearing his shoulder piece. Taking Master Charge gives us speed per stack of charge, which you build up by stepping with Electromancy. Technique lets us shred enemies as we walk past them. Astrostoicism teleports away enemies whenever you're cornered, and prestiging into Elise generates even more charge. Tangri gives insane dodge per point of speed, and you'll feel like a complete god. Until something smacks you from a non-attack source and you die in a single hit. All of these builds require powers. But what if you took no powers at all? Well, if you somehow survived to Glory 20 without a single ability, you can prestige as Anroth and double all of your current stats. Volkite Warrior with Dorok. Dorok gives us poise each time we're attacked, amplified by our class passive. Volkite supplements our damage by burning nearby enemies based on the weight of our equipment. As long as we don't move, our poise stacks will tank us to Glory 20. Even after prestiging, we take no powers because the Anroth perk is even stronger. If we have no powers, each time our glory rises, we heal to full and upgrade our main and offhand weapon with an extra 100 hidden block. This doesn't sound significant on its own, but bear with me. We pump nothing but strength, which after doubling by Anroth goes into the triple digits. Each point of strength increases our block by 10%. This is applied to the base value, which is continually increased by Anroth. This leads us to having a shield with more than 1,000% extra block. In the absence of powers, this entire build hinges on finding a single item. The Arja Spear, which, on attack, deals ice damage in a path to the target equal to our block. Since this number is about 300,000, we annihilate every cycle in the game, or we fail to find it because of poor RNG and this build falls apart. Success in the higher cycles is less about skill and more of a dice roll if I actually get the items I need. In summary, there's a lot of builds out there, from berserkers that benefit from fighting completely nude to hemogoblin summoners that win by self-harm. It's impossible to cover them all, which is what makes it so fun. Everyone finds something different. I cheesed through with a dodge stacking mesmer and theory crafted endlessly until a friend saw the game and found a better build than anything I ever made in under an hour. This game is a fusion between highbrow and higher chromosome. The best builds are either made by master theory crafters or a Down syndrome savant, and there's no in between. Many games out there are wide as a lake and deep as a puddle. Path of Acra is a kiddie pool which you drown in, and 100 hours later, I'm still sinking. It's a slimline product with
There it is.
gameplay first. And in terms of graphics,
Wide as a kiddie
I
pool,
guess it has
deeper
color.
than the
For
Mariana
presumers
Trench.
that don't have an internal monologue or the ability to visualize an apple inside their mind's eye, here's
Can
what the
you
game looks like
rotate it?
to the rest of us. My only critique is that the sprites
Bowser
are sometimes
fart.
such low fidelity that I can't interpret what they are. The golden
I
litter
can.
is meant to be two hobgoblins carrying gold. I thought it was a caked-up demon turd with muscular legs wearing heels. Naturally, it's not for everyone, but if you're neurodivergent and your nickname at school used to be Active Shooter, you might enjoy this. Your only limitation is your
The
creativity
active
and your
shooter.
stubbornness to see it through. Even when it falls apart,
So
restarting is a momentary setback on the path of Accra. In keeping with the lore of this game, my final score is don't know, don't care, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. 10 out of 10. It's $10.
10 out of
Go
10.
get it. As always,
10
more
bucks
content to come,
out
so
of
stay
10.
tuned.
$10 out of 10, just the way I like it. I love my TISM simulators. This is what I imagine my grandma hears when I'm trying to describe to her how open an email attachment on her own on the 18-year-old family laptop running Windows XP. I'm glad Seth had some time to release that video after his rendezvous with the big pharma CEO. Wink, wink. The Accra dev just added a struggler prestige class. Congrats to Seth for being canon in Accra. Nice. Seth slotted the CEO of United Healthcare, scurried into a small tunnel underneath a nearby synagogue, then snuck into the airport and hopped into a single small-engined aircraft on a covert flight to Mexico. Despite all this, he maintains his upload schedule, such as the power of the Merchants Guild. You're all truly wonderful. Makes thousands upon thousands every month up from Patreon. Still pirates games. Truly a pirate by heart. Encumbrance. And remember, if you get kidnapped by the cartel, say this. Goku estaría de can... Ah, dang it. Decepcionado de ti. Goku estará God damn it. Goku's very disappointed in you. That's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. Remember that. Remember that. Sorry. Get the sniffles. Hey, you remember that awful body spray that you had in that you keep smelling in high school? Let's learn about it. Let's learn about it. Steve Gooner. I mean Gutenberg?
Boy, oh boy, what a day. I aced the
Wow.
English exam, I scored 2 goals, 1 assist in floor hockey, and I smell
Nice.
like the most amount of money a 13-year-old boy can comprehend. like $1,000. You know, I didn't even know I liked girls
Nice.
until my mom bought me this stuff.
Oh, it smells like shit.
You think I'm lightheaded? Wait until you think about how the ladies are gonna be.
It's crazy. Girls don't even say I smell bad anymore. They say I'm like whatever the opposite of smelling bad is.
Smell good?
Check this out. Yo, Chris.
Wow.
Is my pee... You know, this feels irresponsible, but it turns out I actually haven't developed the part of my brain that recognizes that yet.
Oh my god, just spray that shit everywhere.
Good. Now, if you'll excuse me, gym class is over, and I must commune with my like-minded peers. Oh, my God, it's in my eyes. Oh, it's in my eyes.
No.
Just give me like 5 seconds.
Oh,
Ooh,
no.
Okay. Oh my God. You know, I know kids in there that have literally flunked chemistry, that are currently in the process of building a small butane bomb, like some sort of prepubescent ISIS cell. Oof, I'm having like heart palpitations. Oh my God. Okay, let's just get this over with. Axe body spray, America's favorite fragrance and flamethrower. In the mid-2000s, Axe became the #1 hygiene choice for deodorizing dudes, during a time when taking decent care of yourself as a man apparently made you a douchebag. If only they knew how ironic that statement would be.
Or homosexual.
For nearly a decade, Axe dominated the men's grooming market with their wide array of dude-flavored fragrances, shampoos, and ball scrubbing things. Yeah, apparently Consumer Insights learned that young dudes thought loofahs were gay, so they had to make it tactical. But this approach actually ended up working. Axe's
just raw
success in
dog
the
the soap
2000s
like a
was
normal
the tacky,
person.
yet promising start to what would eventually mature into the multi-billion-dollar men's grooming renaissance we're now experiencing today. But how did it begin?
Old Spice is better.
How did Axe manage to convince an entire
actually
generation
smells
of young
decent.
dudes to care about hygiene? Well, it was when Axe's advertising team decided they weren't selling scents. They were selling sex. In 1995,
sells.
Axe Body Spray pivoted their marketing strategy to appeal to
Or
the
Lynx
modern
in the
bachelor
UK.
with a
In the
sex-fueled,
UK.
tongue-in-cheek ad campaign that promised to dogpile you and babes if you use their product.
Ah, yes,
And
lad
it resonated.
culture.
Axe's commercials told every young man with an apathetic hygiene routine exactly what they wanted to hear. Turns out to get women, you don't need to rely on archaic attraction methods like humor, good looks, or working on yourself. You just need a good old can
endowment.
of confidence. And with the press of a button,
Compensation,
you could have every
sure.
woman within a 50-foot radius begging for your Hotmail account.
Wow.
They called it the Axe Effect. And according
Axe
to
Effect.
advertisers, women couldn't resist. But there was one small oversight. You see,
women
Axe's
don't like
commercials were
this.
very sexually suggestive, primarily intended for an audience of young adult men. But that didn't stop young boys from completely and utterly latching on to this product. In all honesty,
yes.
Axe probably
Hormonal
should have seen this coming.
teens.
I mean, what are generally the two things that happen when a boy turns 13? Well, you start liking
Sex.
girls, and you also, quite inconveniently, start smelling bad. Now,
Oh,
look,
no.
whether or not Axe
B.O.
intended for this to happen is a whole other conspiracy.
that.
But trust me, it happened. In 2007, I was
biological.
9 years old. I wanted to stink so bad, I would have given anything to
I wanna
stink
smell
just so
like
I could have had an
boogers and
excuse to take the
shit.
sacred bro baptism and re-emerge as a man.
Wow.
With an insatiable libido. Before long, Axe had permeated its way through every middle school in the West. What was originally marketed as a grooming product for young bachelors instantly got hijacked by preteens with an obsession for cool packaging and things with butane in them. It was kind of unexpected.
Butane.
Axe unintentionally became a coming-of-age product. A universal, unspoken, olfactory signal that let you and your fellow prepubescents know, hey fellas, we're into girls now. This juvenile
Women are
obsession with Axe
cool.
would eventually help catapult the company from a niche little
That's what
European
happened. That's
fragrance
what happens
brand
in puberty.
to a worldwide phenomenon that ended up dominating over 70% of the men's body spray market. It was everything the company could have hoped for. But as time went on, this success slowly baked itself into a big old batch of be careful what you wish for.
Uh-oh.
By 2013, people were starting to wake up to the fact that every 12-year-old on the planet had been overly applying Axe body spray for the last decade. Turns out if you give a preteen boy a butane-powered spray can and constantly tell him to spray more, get more, he will very quickly abuse that power.
Oh,
Eventually,
no.
this made it so that anyone who came in contact with the product instantly recognized it as the overbearing scent of boys ages 9 through 15. And rightfully so. The excessive
Middle
application
school
and
scent.
misuse of Axe products was a genuinely massive problem for education systems in the mid-2000s. Think of the high school vaping epidemic, except less deadly. Or then again, maybe just as deadly. You
Thank
see,
God I
Axe
got
body
out of
spray
that
was
shit
manufactured in aerosol
before
cans,
that.
which gave the product the
I had to
alarming
deal with
capacity
this
to
shit.
transform into homemade weapons like flamethrowers, stink bombs,
Whoa.
actual bombs, and whatever else boys could figure out, prompting most schools to outright ban Axe altogether. Somehow, Axe had managed to turn your everyday high school into a battlefield. By the mid-10s,
I mean,
Axe's
in
reputation
America,
as a hip,
it's already a
dude
battlefield,
bro
you know?
grooming product had
You get it?
devolved into infamy. Suddenly, Axe had become a running joke, synonymous with middle school locker rooms, sexual desperation, and everything that was tacky about the mid-2000s.
Hell yeah!
And eventually,
Bring me
this is how
back!
we all came to remember the
Y2K,
product.
baby!
Except for guys like this. I don't think these guys ever got the memo. They're still using it. Regardless, in a dramatically
Douchebags.
ironic turn of events, Axe's brand image was soiled by the same demographic that arguably made them successful in the first place. And now,
How
even
ironic.
over a decade after pivoting their marketing strategies, the company is still pouring
Nah, they're
millions into trying to
still-
change your mind about their product. So how did it get this
So
bad in
much
the first place?
course
What was it
correction.
about Axe's marketing that made them so successful, but ultimately ended up hurting them in the long term? What were the strategies, the demographics, and finally, the competitors that eventually soured consumers'
Hey.
perceptions on the brand? Well, in order to learn how Axe ended up, let's take a look at where they began. Contrary
How
to
did
popular
they
belief,
begin?
Axe didn't just materialize itself into mid-2000s youth culture. In fact, the product actually got its start in 1983.
Wow,
in none other
that
than
old?
France, the home of odor. Originally, Axe, or
Flint.
Lynx in the UK, would launch in Europe as the world's first body spray for men. Unlike the conservative spritz of a cologne bottle, with Axe you could very liberally, and quite seductively, spray it all over yourself. But
Wow,
for over a decade,
French.
Axe would see a
How
less
French.
than stellar level of success throughout Europe, with a stale marketing strategy that was almost unrecognizable from what would eventually take shape in the 2000s. Originally, Axe had advertised their product like any other cologne. A handsome guy, a pretty girl, and just enough product placement to remind you why you were looking at them. But by the mid-90s, Axe began replacing that traditionally hunky dude with a goofier, more relatable character. Suddenly,
literally
instead of a
me,
suave
a Joe
womanizer,
Schmoes.
it was a dork. And that dork was
A
supposed
Joe
to be you.
six-pack.
Now Axe was saying,
Just like
listen,
me.
we know
That
you're all
appeals to me,
poorly
the
socialized,
consumer.
overgrown man-children with bad hygiene routines and an apprehension towards women. But with a little bit of Axe, you don't have to be. You don't have to be. And just like that, the Axe effect was born. By
Axe
utilizing the
effect.
perfect mix of satire and irony, the cornerstone of
Wow.
Western humor. Axe managed to communicate the idea
Satire
of
and
cologne in a
irony.
way that was approachable, helping them to reach a significantly wider audience of men than they ever had before. Suddenly, cologne wasn't just for rich yuppies and late 90s pretty boys. Now it was for the everyman. With Axe, it didn't
everyone.
matter what you looked like, how you dressed, or how repulsive women found you. As long as you had the Axe effect, ladies couldn't resist. It helped equalize the playing field, with a price tag that was approachable enough for the average guy to consider it a worthwhile investment. You see, there's a
That's
reason
a lot of
Axe isn't
$3
sold in the
investments.
fancy fragrance section of a department store. And that's because the guys who buy expensive colognes are practically a completely different species from the guys who buy Axe. Sorry, I might have gone a little overboard with that depiction. My point is,
Look at that
Axe customers
goblin.
simply aren't interested in the nuanced, evolving notes of a Bleu de Chanel. And they're certainly not interested in its $200 price tag.
Jesus!
But by God, a $5 can of shock sounds like it just might do the trick. Yet weirdly enough, that $5 can of Axe is made in the exact same lab as that $200 cologne. It may come as no surprise, but fragrance
Interesting.
manufacturers like the IFF develop their expensive
Interesting.
colognes and cheap colognes with most of the same chemicals and equipment.
That's
Of
why I
course, the
buy
more
great value
expensive
in
colognes
generic
are tied to
brands.
esteemed fragrance houses that meticulously weigh their chemical mixtures to secrete finer notes, and you don't care about anything I'm saying because you're a frat guy in your 20s. And that's exactly what enabled
30s,
Axe
but
to
sure.
create such a cheap product. Unlike their more expensive counterparts, Axe is just a giant stink bomb, one really loud stench with names that sound like they hurt you, like shock, fever, and chill. My point is, they're not complicated, expensive, or pretentious, and that's exactly what enabled Axe to appeal to a much wider group of men. So much so that in 2002, Axe would finally see enough success in Europe to bring the Axe effect to North America.
Wow.
And this is when things started getting a little out of
hand.
By now, Axe had very much
happens.
solidified itself as a brand for young bachelors. But this strategy was infinitely amplified when the company realized they were advertising in the golden age of frat bro culture, resulting in a complete dudification of their entire company. All of a sudden, understanding Axe's primary customer base became an obsession. Market researchers would even go so far as to infiltrate college frat parties and nightclubs just to try and stay on top of trends. And this kind of field work eventually led to a very cringeworthy company culture. According to reports, in the mid-2000s, to help explain Axe's brand mission, new marketing hires would be shown the pill scene from The Matrix and told that Axe was the red pill. Axe would even sponsor their own nightclub called Axe Lounge, where artists would be paid to perform and promote Axe. And it was a little awkward. It seems like the main vibe at the lounge was for each artist to come on stage, say something really uncomfortable, and then start performing, with Drake being by far the best example of this.
I say all the ladies in here tonight, this verse is like for y'all, so I want you to feel me when I do it, and then maybe later I could feel you and we could just feel each other. What can I say about Axe? Axe smells great.
Axe also started pushing boundaries much harder with their advertising. Along with their
that has a lot of different
sexually
contexts.
suggestive commercials, Axe would also advertise through print ads, which were equally as edgy. Here's a great one of Hillary Clinton wearing an Obama for President button, with the implication here being that Obama uses Axe, I guess. Or how about this one? That's it. That's literally the whole ad. They even pulled an online stunt that allowed fans of their Facebook page to set their relationship status to be with hundreds of women at a time, which, not gonna lie, kind of funny, but it's mainly
funny.
because they only did this in Tunisia for some reason. But however you look at it now, back in the mid-2000s, Axe's marketing strategies were some of the most successful ad campaigns of the decade. Everything from the promotional events to the advertising to the packaging of the products helped to make Axe look like the #1 tool for dudes engaged in sexual conquest.
Wow!
Of course, this kind of success doesn't come without
Saints
its
Row
competitors.
3.
In 2005, Procter & Gamble released Tag, a body spray that was an almost identical ripoff of Axe. Both products were 3-letter words, the packaging was eerily similar, and the premises for the advertisements were exactly the same to the point where it's almost shocking that there wasn't a lawsuit. It was a blatant copycat, and this unoriginality led to the perception that Tag was just the Walmart version of Axe. Except Axe was the Walmart version of Axe, so the product was quickly discontinued. There was also Bod Man, another spray-on deodorant which was much more original, but twice as homoerotic, with scents like Fresh Guy, Really Ripped
I want to
Abs,
smell like
and
Fresh Guy.
Black. But in the mid-2000s, nothing had quite the level of staying power as Axe. And this was all thanks to a growing fan base of somewhat unexpected customers. You see, after Axe had achieved a substantial level of popularity, it wasn't long before the kids caught wind of the trend. Suddenly, Axe had become a status symbol for boys all across the globe looking to prove their manhood to their peers. And as we all know, nothing is more manly than having a libido and smelling bad. But as we recall, this didn't really end well.
Maybe not the smelling bad part.
Young teens didn't make up the entirety of the Axe market, but they certainly were the loudest. Boys simply did not know how to responsibly apply Axe. It got so bad that the company even released an entire ad campaign to try and teach customers how much Axe they should spray.
Please just
But that was still only part of the problem. There were dozens of real medical emergencies that arose from kids abusing Axe. Entire school buses had to be evacuated. Children were fainting from it. An alarming amount of kids were setting themselves on fire, and one boy even died of heart failure after spraying too much Axe in an enclosed space. And these
Dumbass.
cases are not hard to find. I mean, you can watch dozens of videos online of boys doing all sorts of stupid stuff with Axe. And the comment sections are not very reassuring. Sick, sick. Already tried that. So sick. I just did it. Sick. Nice. Thanks for the info. That was sick. What are the chances of the can explode? Cool. Sweet. That's sick. Great.
Oh my god, if we did the melee drinking game with this, someone would have died.
Weapon for great weapon when you're in other countries. Sick. So sick. You are a genius.
Sick.
Nice. It can blow up if you hold it too long.
Sick.
But kicks ass. After a certain amount of time, it was becoming quite clear that young boys had completely hijacked Axe's reputation and were very literally burning it to the ground. But somehow, that still wasn't the end of their problems.
But
in 2010, the grandfather of men's grooming, Old Spice, re-entered the market with the Man Your Man Could Smell Like campaign, intended to promote the company's new line of shampoo.
What made me get
but unlike
Old
Axe's
Spice,
oftentimes crude and suggestive marketing, Old Spice took a different approach. Instead of boasting to men about how many hot babes they could get with their product, Old Spice didn't even address men at all.
Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies.
Turns out the company's market research had revealed that roughly 60% of men's body wash was purchased by women for their significant others. And what better way to get women's attention than with a hunky, charming new spokesperson that delivered witty one-liners about how much better your man could be if he just used Old Spice. And it was an absolute smash hit.
It worked on
the
me.
The Man Your Man Could Smell Like campaign was one of the most viral marketing
because I can't
ads
afford
to cap
Castile
off the
soap,
decade,
to be
and
honest.
helped Old Spice to regain its footing in a market that had shunned them for decades as an old man's grooming product. It also helped to redefine how the industry could be advertised to men. Just like Axe, Old Spice was still using tongue-in-cheek humor, but tastefully, and in a way that, in contrast, made Axe look obnoxious and immature. And this opinion developed quickly. As the tens began to unfold, Axe's brand image had fallen out of fashion. And when comparing the two brands, we can very distinctly see a sort of swag is for boys, classes for men sentiment start to arise. Turns out basing your entire brand image around sexual conquest no longer resonated with young men, nor with women. And if you're going to make a product that is based solely around the idea of attracting women, well, you better damn make sure that they like it too. This, combined with the fact that the product had become heavily associated with preteen boys, quickly painted the picture that Axe was made for immature, desperate man-children that thought body spray was a valid substitute for a shower. And as the two companies expanded their product lines to sell virtually the same products, Axe was starting to see a significant chunk of their market share eaten by competitors. So, in a desperate attempt to save their brand image, Axe would start to change their tune. And at first, they didn't do that bad of a job. In 2014, Axe developed a whole new company mantra: connection over conquest, symbolizing their efforts to highlight the connections between men and women rather than the pursuit of women. They also focused on emphasizing Axe as an accessory to confidence, not the key to it, which helped to steer the brand's image in a more mature direction. But the stigma persisted. And as the company veered into the late 10s, the men of today weren't really inclined to reach for the same product they used in middle school, resulting in a year-over-year US sales decline. Now this is where Axe started to panic, and by 2020, that panic resulted in some of the most questionable ad campaigns Axe had ever produced, all in an attempt to appeal to the new holy grail of demographics, Gen Z. One of Axe's first forays into this market was by trying the whole pandering to gamers angle, which has got to be the most irritating marketing trend of the 20s. If you've seen a similar video I've done on 5Gum, then you'll know this isn't the first time brands have tried to weasel their way into gamer culture as a way to make more money. The whole concept behind the ad was to try and prove that wearing Axe would somehow make you better at gaming. And after conducting what appeared to be a
you're playing
very
League of
flawed
Legends.
experiment, their team concluded that Axe was
People who wear Axe probably do play League of Legends, and I do mean that in the most derogatory way possible.
Scientifically proven to increase your gaming skills by 0.1%.
Wow!
But instead of canning the ad altogether and admitting they failed, Axe's marketing team somehow flipped this into a win for the brand by calling it the 0.1% effect.
Wow.
God, I love advertising. Thankfully, this seems like the only ad
I
Axe
play
released
single
for
player
this
games.
campaign,
This
and
has
the
nothing,
strategy wasn't
no effect
explored
on me.
any further. Instead, they did this.
What do they do?
Being vaccinated is hot. Being vaccinated, hotter.
Why? Another one of
Why?
Axe's
Exactly.
strategies was to host
Why?
a blind smell test judged by Instagram influencers, with their follower counts proudly displayed by their names, so you know they're reputable. The goal of the ad was to help reduce
How many
the
of those are
negative
bots?
stigma around their product by
Stigma-
having
I already
participants
said it's a
judge
joke.
Axe against expensive colognes. This was meant to promote Axe's new line of high-quality premium
Pepsi
scents.
Challenge.
Now, this isn't a new thing for Axe. In fact, they've done this numerous times with releases like Axe White Label, Axe Signature, and now Axe Fine Fragrances, in the hopes that a
Wow.
more upscale alternative would attract a more mature customer base. Here's my favorite ad from that era, brought to you by Axe India, where a guy sprays on
Oh,
Axe Signature
boy.
scent, goes out to a club, and when the sound system stops working, he keeps the party going by beatboxing. I can't even fathom the level of social self-sabotage that would bring upon you. But it isn't all bad. Look, there's a reason Axe is still on shelves today, and that's because the company has taken giant leaps to help update the image of their brand. And while there has certainly been a decline of sales in the Western market, Axe is still surprisingly one of the highest selling deodorants worldwide. Now, this is hugely due to
Probably
the
by-
fact that the
probably by
stigma
India.
surrounding Axe really only exists in the West. But if the company wants to regain that part of the market, there's still a good amount of work to do. Today, the internet is still riddled with memes about Axe's embarrassing middle school reputation, and the sentiment doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. It's gotten so bad that Axe has even playfully addressed the stigma in some of their commercials to try and appear in on the joke, when in reality, the joke is still very much on them. But I'm optimistic. If Old
Just
Spice
like
was
the
able to
bananas
re-engineer
and,
their brand to appeal to a younger
internet
demographic,
atheist.
then so can Axe.
Amazing atheist.
In reverse, kind of. But until that day comes, Axe is probably better off right where it always belonged, in the confines of a poorly ventilated high school locker room.
So true.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hey, whoa, okay, careful now. Hey,
Oh, careful with
don't
that
point them at each other.
flamethrower.
Don't point them at each other.
Rest in peace.
Thanks for watching.
They say children are our future, and the future looks fucking bleak. I love how literally everyone has basically the exact same associations with Axe. Suffocating in the middle school locker room. For me, it was high school. Someone taped 3 cans of the stuff together and rigged it so the spray triggers were held down, tossed into the locker room. Holy shit! The place was unusable for 3 days. Good lord. That sounds awful. The only good thing about Axe body spray is that it cemented itself as a worthy replacement for Aquanet hairspray as potato cannon fuel. Used to be that Aquanet was the most flammable thing you can shoplift from the CVS to terrorize the neighborhood with, but Axe is practically an actual explosive. The moment a teen boy discovers what flammable means, it's over for everyone around them. Damn. In the TTRPG Cyberpunk, like the actual original Cyberpunk, there's an item you could buy called Shower in a Can. I'm imagining that it's just Axe with a rebrand, and now a quote from my friend, "Shower in a can? Hell yeah!" Nothing was worse than hearing the locker room door open, followed by a metal clinking and the hiss of an aerosol can. Fuck. Oh no. This is a good one. Axe is the Spike TV of Cologne. This is the win. This is a winner. This is absolutely a winner. But yeah, that's the real moral of the story. Just use Old Spice. It does really smell Either use Old Spice or if you can afford it, Castile soap. Yeah. The Schizo soap will always come out on top. Hell yeah. All right, with that said, that is another week in the books, in the trash. Thank you everyone for watching. Thank you for sticking around. It's time for me to say goodbye. I sincerely appreciate your patronage, and I hope I've succeeded in giving you an enjoyable evening of entertainment. Please drive home carefully. Come back again soon. Next week is more Zelda. Next week is more Zelda. Next week is more Zelda. Next week is more Ace Combat. And also a little something. I did some math. I did a lot of math. And I found some of the mathematically worst Sega Genesis games. And I'm going to be testing most of them to see if they actually are as shit as I think they are. I'm going to be testing some of the top stinkers that rated super high and see what is the worst, the actual worst. So yeah, once again, here's the Discord, here's my Twitter, here's the VOD channel and the Slop channel. So yep. If you're on YouTube, please leave a like and subscribe. And if you are on Twitch, I am going to throw you guys at someone. I don't know who. I'm going to look for someone. I have two options. Hopefully, this one's someone I haven't rated in a while. All right, it's good. Let's listen to some freaking tunes. Let's listen to some sick tunes. All right. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night and or weekend. Bye-bye.
Wolfclock Productions, Wolfclock here. I was going to start off this video by saying that Portal 1 is one of the most influential games ever made, but I've literally used those exact words to start the video in the past, so we're going to skip it this